Okay, we are going to call to order the February 24th, 2026 Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting. For those of you who have not been here, I'll just give you a little bit of road rules here. We hear two types of cases, appeals, and then we hear the requests for variances, special permits. For appeals, I'll set that aside, but for purposes of the zoning requests, variance requests, I'm sorry, we will go in order of the agenda. We will call the case and the applicant can come forward. At the table, there is a sign-in sheet here for you to write your name. I will ask you if you have been sworn in, and then you will let me know the answer to that, and then we will hear from the city to give a summary of the case, and then I will turn it over to the applicant to add any other details that the city might have left off that you think we need to hear. We have an opportunity to ask you questions. Then I will open it up to other residents who want to speak for or against the application. When you do that, we need for you to state your address. And if you know the proximity of that address to the subject application, that would be helpful. If you don't know, you don't have to make it up. Sometimes we kind of help you find it on the map because we have great technology here and we can pinpoint. We do want you to write legibly on the sign-in sheet. We do hear everyone that is here, but if someone has already stated the reason and you're just going to repeat, we don't give extra credit for the number of people saying the same thing. We do hear and we do weigh all of the factors when we are making a determination. You do need 3 votes for approval to move forward. And if you don't think you are going to get those votes, you can ask for a tabling. We can talk you through that if that comes up in your case. You have 5 minutes. The applicant has 5 minutes, and then other speakers have 3 minutes. So that I am not swearing in everyone individually, I will swear in the whole group. If you know that you are going to come forward and speak about anything tonight, would you please stand and raise your right hand? We have a frequent flyer over here that's jumping the gun. You promise that your testimony tonight will be the truth, the whole truth. Please state I do. Thank you. Okay, we will hear from the city on if there's any preliminary matters that we need to go through.
Yes, Chair. BZA case BZA 25-132 was considered at the December BZA meeting and disapproved. The applicant has subsequently made a few changes to that application and is requesting a reconsideration by the board. The board, and I'll let the applicant speak a little bit more to what those changes are. The board will vote whether or not to reconsider the application at a later date.
Okay, what case was that? Sorry, what number was that?
It's BZA 25-132.
It's not included in.
Oh, it's not even in the
It
packet.
was voted for disapproval at the December meeting.
Gotcha, okay. And we're doing what? They've changed and they want to come and ask if they can.
They want to ask if they can come back.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay.
So Mr. Hodge is the applicant for that case.
Okay.
And I'd ask him to explain what the changes were.
Okay, can you state your name for the record and whether or not you're sworn in?
Yes, David Hodge, attorney for the applicant, and I have been sworn.
Okay, I don't think your mic is up closer or something's going on.
Is that better?
Doesn't sound like it's. Usually sounds louder, doesn't it? Yeah, we'll see.
How about now?
Same, but go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So this property was here, as staff mentioned, back in December. This is a pediatric dentist office, to refresh your memory, in Clintonville. And they had several variance requests associated with some of the topography necessitating floor height. The variance requests were also that they didn't want to do a front door on the building. And there was also a request from traffic management that the access point to North High Street be closed. So that was what was before you. They wanted to leave the access open. They did not want to do a front door on the building. We have since modified that. They are now going to close the High Street access and add a front door to the building, which I think takes this from a staff recommendation, which was previously disapproval, to an approval. And hopefully at the end of the day would compel a majority of the board to support the remaining variances. And here tonight to request reconsideration. All of the material is in front of you. The board order, the previous staff report, a revised site plan and a revised elevation, revised site plan showing the closure of the curb cut, revised elevation showing the inclusion of a door on the east facade of the building, which is the front entry. So I think procedurally, someone on the board that voted no, which was all of you, would need to make a motion to reconsider. If that motion carries, we would then come back next month and have a hearing of this on the merits, if I'm not mistaken, staff.
So I was not present for this one, so I will rely on my colleagues to let me know whether or not we think this was a significant change in facts to warrant a rehearing. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. We will call the roll, please.
Ms. Egelhoff,
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Maleka?
Yes.
Chair Pound Bailey?
Yes. Did you call everybody? Oh, that was quick. Okay. Okay.
I'll see you on it next month. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? No other preliminary? Okay. Okay, we have an appeal for the property at 3970 Far Hills Drive. Will the owner of that property and the city code enforcement please come forward? We ask that whatever you plan to share, you share with the homeowners as well.
Hi, how are you? You want to see?
Oh, you could bring up more chairs if you want.
Unedited, you could, no, sit. Sit. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'll throw a couple.
Okay, so I believe it will start with the, are you all three going to speak or are you just here for backup?
Backup, most
Okay.
likely.
Okay, so I'll ask you, ma'am, to state your name and whether or not you were sworn.
Jill Clevenger, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so the appeal is BZA 25-145. My exhibit list is going to be the notice that was served upon the homeowner, the photo evidence of the complaint at the time, the posting at the home of the homeowner, along with it was mailed the same day. We're going to get into the code sections that were cited. 330501, 3312.35, and 332105 with illustrations, and then the photo evidence of the violations at the property.
Okay.
So Exhibit A will be the notice that was presented to the homeowner. And basically, it's our front page full of, our legalese, and then the second page is actually what violations were cited. Exhibit B is going to be the posting or the complaint photo of why it got brought to the attention.
Can you
to-
tell us what were the violations, please, ma'am?
What?
What are the violations that we're talking?
So he was prohibited parking of his commercial vehicle in the driveway,
Okay.
and the lack of zoning clearance for that, and the fence.
That looked like a regular fan to me.
It has graphics on it. That makes it a commercial vehicle.
You could have graphics on a 2-door or 4-door Tesla.
You can't park it in your driveway.
I'm asking you to give a definition.
Which one? This one? Oh. Oh,
I can read the definition in the zoning code if that helps. Okay.
so prohibited parking, 3312.35 is Exhibit A. And no commercial vehicle shall be stored or parked on a residentially zoned lot. However, infrequent short-term parking of a commercial or commercial-type vehicle for conveying tools and materials to premises where labor is using such tools and materials is being performed, delivering goods to a residence, moving furniture to and from a residence, all only during the time such parking is actually necessary is hereby accepted from this section. So for purposes of this section, commercial vehicle includes, but is not necessarily limited to, a bus, a cement truck, a commercial tree trimming equipment, construction equipment, dump truck, garbage truck, panel truck, semi-tractor, semi-trailer, stake bed truck, step van, tank truck, tar truck, or other commercial-type vehicle licensed by the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
So you cleared it up, as licensed by the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Commercial vehicle or truck.
Right. That's what the code says.
May,
So
Well, hold on. Well, not yet, sir.
So your reference to lettering, et cetera, wasn't mentioned anywhere that I heard. You mind if I step in?
Can you state your name for the record? And you're gonna have to get to the mic and like turn it on. I think it'll come to you. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you. Kyle Kirker with City of Columbus Code Enforcement. So the part that we're focusing on from the city standpoint is the, where is it? Includes, but is not necessarily limited to. So with the graphics on the vehicle, it does violate other graphics codes. And it also displays business purposes. So that's our angle and that's our interpretation of the code. As far as the BMV registration, that's a decision that the property owner makes when they register the vehicle. They either say A, it's used for commercial purposes, or B, it is not. That's my understanding. We are not sure what they marked on there, but if it is being used for commercial purposes, they would need to say yes. If it's not, no. But the display of the commercial activity to us, our understanding is that that would constitute a commercial vehicle.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'll let you continue, but from what I hear, I don't hear any definition of this being a commercial. And we've had people come in with registrations that demonstrate that a vehicle is commercial according to the state of Ohio BMV as it's referenced here. But now we live in an age where people have decals that say, I sell Girl Scout cookies, right? Is that now a commercial vehicle? Arguably, no. So I'd love to hear where the law that you're pointing out specifically points to graphics defining commercial.
Sure, no, that is completely valid. We go off of the code, obviously, that is in front of us. If there were to be any changes, city council would have to go through that process. But there are a few. Would you like to hear the graphics codes that speak about graphics in a residential
So that
yard?
might have some standing. So, I mean, but I guess that's not what you applied here.
That's correct. It's not cited.
So I don't know that we need to go down that path because I can't use that to support any kind of code violation because that's not what they were citing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I think it is a comparable definitional analysis to see what the graphics code says about graphics and commercial activity.
Yeah, but that would be a different violation and that's not. what
Not for
we're-
violation, just for purposes. I mean, this does say is not limited to. It says includes, but is not limited to. And so commercial display on a vehicle could render it commercial.
It says commercial display. Or
I'm saying I could interpret that. This is saying it's not limited to these things. and a commercial vehicle could be denoted because it has commercial decals on it, which, so we'll hear from the applicant. We'll hear from you when they're finished.
I understand.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we'll hear from you.
Because
Okay, go ahead.
The other sightings that he was, code section, since we're at that. Which one? Oh, the graphics ones. All right.
Would you like us to discuss the graphics codes that do?
No, go
okay,
ahead.
just keep.
We'll come back to
continue.
that.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
All right. So vision clearance, 332105. There needs to be a clear vision for other driveways. An owner shall maintain vision clearance on each residential lot abutting a street and having access thereto, or abutting a residential lot having such access to a street. So no portion of a fence or wall exceeding 2½ feet in height above the finished lot grade shall exceed 25% opacity when located in a required yard having vehicular access to a street, or abutting a residential lot having such access to a street.
Is that referring to the fence?
Yes. So Exhibit F is a figure for the clear vision for other driveways. So it shows what it has to be. Fences do not need permits if they are under 6 feet tall. No. The next page is the clear vision at the intersection. What it needs to be. And then Exhibit G is just pictures of the violations at the property. The van being in the driveway, the fence coming around the corner, the fence not being far back from the right-of-way. The fence in regards to the fence in the house next door. And then just different angles of the fence.
Fence, the recycle container, that's the first one. This one there. When you make reference to as compared to the other fence,
Mhm.
are you saying that the tree is in the right of way and, or in an easement, or I don't understand the reference? Why were you comparing it to the other fence?
That's just a picture from another angle. I'm not really comparing it to the fence. It's just a picture from another angle.
Not the vision.
There are other pictures at the street.
Okay, I'm just trying to see the relevance of that picture, that's all.
Yes. So the fence is on the property line. It's not set back from the right of way. He needs to be 25 feet back from the right of way line.
I was asking.
So where his fence is, that area in front of it, that's the right of way.
Between
Yes. So then he needs to be 25 feet back towards the home on that.
other violation.
But that
It-
is the violation.
That is the violation.
Violation was vision clearance, which is
It's,
2.
no, he's not in the right of way. He's behind his right of way line, but the fence is not 25 feet from that line.
Not from the right of way line, 25 feet from the middle of the,
Yes,
Right.
on the setback line, on both sides of the street. So that's what I was saying. So that sounds like a third violation.
It falls under vision clearance.
It falls under vision clearance.
it's all the same.
And I guess I'll get to the, because when we've looked at historically, this is,
Yeah, okay. Okay. And so city, there's no way that you can tell from these license plates whether this vehicle is registered as a commercial vehicle or not?
No.
Yeah, I can speak on that a little bit. We do have the ability to run tags via Accurate. It did not come up as any indicators that it was commercial or was not commercial. That's unfortunately our limitation with our authority and the software
Okay.
that we have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you state your names for the record?
Yeah, my name is Anthony D'Amelio, Tony
Mhm,
D'Amelio. I'm
mhm.
here on behalf of the homeowner,
Okay,
Aniad Dokai. And I think I can shed some light on this.
and you were sworn in?
I'm an attorney. I didn't know I needed to be sworn in
Right.
as his representative, but I can be sworn in if you want to swear.
Yes, I do, because I want you to tell the truth.
Well, as an officer of the court,
Yes, but this is not a court.
attorneys don't get sworn in. I
Correct.
don't mean to be
No,
argumentative.
no, I know.
But you can
Yes,
swear me in.
yes. You promised that the testimony, you too?
He took an oath.
Okay. You promised that the testimony you give today will be the truth, nothing but the truth. Please say it, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, members of the panel. I think I can eliminate some of this confusion.
Okay.
This scenario started about a year and a half ago. One of the first notices of violation was the truck. That was abated. That truck no longer is parked there, hasn't been parked there since prior to the date of this appeal. It is not a violation, in my view, or is my understanding, an issue, nor is it a violation that we appealed from because it was abated, it wasn't on the tape. So the only violation that is in play, in my understanding, is the vision clearance and the location of the fence. As we stated in our statement of, in support of our appeal.
Well, hold on, let's go back for a second
Yeah.
because we do have pictures from February 20th of this year with the van in the yard.
We were not presented with a notice of violation of that. I never got a copy.
Well,
of
you're not
that.
going to get a violation for every time you have a parking violation. You're going to have a violation on the date that it was
But
noticed, and then they're going to come back to make sure that that hasn't been rectified. So they're
Mr.
not going to give you another violation on the
Mr.
20th.
Anea doesn't park the truck there. He parks it at a commissary. He doesn't permanently keep it there.
But
Now,
today,
if the city
but today,
Can't- he
but
can't
today,
leave the
sir,
truck th-
wait a sec, sir. Today is the 24th,
Yes,
and these pictures were the 20th.
okay.
So when did the person stop parking at the house?
He goes home to go to the restroom. He could put the car in the parking lot, is my understanding, while he goes to the restroom.
That wasn't my question.
He-
The question was, when did the person stop parking the van in the home?
When did you stop parking? Can he answer that question?
Whoever has the answer can answer.
Can I answer myself?
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait, is it your van?
yeah, it's
Oh, okay, so
When
you
did
can,
you stop parking the van there?
because I work in between 11 to 12, I work in different two location.
okay,
I'm parking my trailer in my commissary and I come back in house and start 5 to working. What I do, I use this is for the first time, this is not a van, commercial van. Have my logo, but it's not commercial van. I registered in the
let's stay on the first part.
Yeah.
When did you stop parking the van in the driveway?
Permanently. When did you stop parking the van permanently in the parking lot?
the first time or what?
Yeah,
When I finish work.
Sounds to me like he parks there every day.
No,
You
it's
drive home every day in this van?
I drive when I'm going to my work because
That's your primary vehicle to drive?
no, it's not my primary.
So you drive this to your house and
Yeah.
park to use the bathroom?
Yeah, when I use the bathroom, when I need to go to my house, take something,
Mhm.
because my wife tell me, oh, come a little bit
Mhm.
because we need to keep my son
Okay,
because she working. I can go.
okay, so what time is your day end? Your work day?
I'm a food truck. I don't have spaces the regular time.
I didn't, you don't have to be regular, but what time is it?
I don't know.
it varies from 10 to 2, 10 to 3, goes
10
home in the afternoon. then he goes to work at night at some other food truck location, and then he'll park the truck permanently off-site.
And this is the food truck.
No,
No,
this
his
is
van.
it's just a van. This is not a food truck. This is a van.
Okay, so
It's a
where is
regular van.
this, so overnight,
Yeah,
where is this vehicle parked?
in my commissary because I pull the.
And what's
trailer.
the address of that? And when
Can
you
I
say
see the phone
commissary, what is
because I-
that? Is that a garage?
No, it's a commissary. Commissary where the food truck parking.
It's a
Oh, so
food
s-
preparation location where he keeps his trailer and
It's
his
a
food truck.
ADC. I don't know if you know.
And do you have a permit to park it
Yeah,
there?
I can permit for parking there. My food truck and I
You
can.
do have a permit to park it there?
Yeah.
You have a permit to the food truck to park there, but you have a permit for this to park there?
Yeah,
this
because
van.
I live in together, but this one, the first thing is not when the registration in the BMV is a regular truck, it's not a commercial truck.
Okay, but we're not getting to that place yet.
Just,
So I don't know that we give food trucks and auxiliary vehicles the license to park when we give the food truck the right to park somewhere overnight.
It's kind of a separate question, but it's the use of the property would have to fit in a specific zoning district. Like, for example, if the offsite location is zoned M manufacturing, then it doesn't need to have a specific permit for this van in particular. That site, having been zoned M, would allow for commercial vehicle parking.
Okay, okay.
so
So we won't speak on whether you're legally able to park there.
Yeah.
But you're saying you do park there overnight.
no,
No, overnight, no. I'm just when they need go to the bathroom, need the.
No, no,
need
no.
some-
When you're not working, when you're sleeping, where is
Ah.
where is this
It's
van parked?
To my commissary.
it's
Okay.
a commissary.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's my
That's where
commissary.
that's where the truck is parked
Okay,
permanently. I mean, using my words, permanently parked there.
okay,
He may go to the house, do some errands between shifts. Best way to, his food truck, he's active in the morning, early afternoon, let's say at Riverside Hospital. He
mhm,
goes to Riverside Hospital, makes pizzas, serves pizzas. Then there's a break in the afternoon. May go home and use that truck to go home, visit his family. Then about 5 o'clock, he goes back out and then permanently parks that truck at the commissary.
okay,
He has a pickup truck that he then takes home.
okay.
Okay? So getting back to the fence issue, because in our view, the only violation, and it's the only violation we appealed from because the other violations were abated, potentially they were abated, the fence. Now, what Mr. Dokai did, he had conversations with representatives from the city he said he wanted to build a fence. So he came to the city building department, I believe.
Yeah.
And inquired what he needed to do to build a fence. He received a map with some indication as to where he can build the fence. It's part of our submissions.
Did you provide that to us?
Yes, it's in with the appeal.
I don't, do I have that?
And you're asserting that the city of Columbus gave him that?
Yes, did the
Yes.
city, let me ask, did the city of Columbus give you
Yeah,
this map?
yeah.
Yes.
What department would that have been, do you know?
Remember the department
Downstairs.
downstairs here, the building
Yeah.
department?
So you're gonna have to help us with the lines on this map. Can you kind of give us some?
Yes. So he understood, and you can ask him these questions, and that's part of the reason for our appeal. He detrimentally relied, whether reasonably, we believe reasonably, on information he was provided by the city as to the setback distances for the fence. He relied on that and built the fence. Then received this notice of violation that the fence wasn't 25 feet back from the end of his property. But the fence was already constructed, and he relied on the information he was given. So here we are. We have a homeowner who wanted to do the right thing, who did the right thing. He wanted to build the fence. He sought out information from the city of Columbus. In
When did this occur?
July, it's in our timeline, in July of 25. It's in our,
July of last year, so less than 12 months ago.
yes.
Who did you speak with?
A guy,
Yeah,
Guy.
yeah,
a
guy.
person working.
But can you speak in the mic, please? Because we can't hear you.
So one of us from zoning would be up there, like it rotates. So like I'll be there on Friday
So
and
one of you all.
anyone, and it could have been us, it could have been us, it could have been anyone in that department.
But
There's-
this doesn't really have markings to show what's what. I mean, I see lines on the paper. Like they want to see it down. I see lines. I guess that's what I'm asking you. Tell me what you're representing with those lines. 'Cause I see a ton of lines drawn, but I don't see writing to say what each line is.
Admittedly, he understood what was told to him, and he went and spoke to this gentleman, and the gentleman told him, you tell the panel what he told you, how far back you could build the fence.
12 feet to the street, 12 feet from the street.
There may be a miscommunication here because 12 feet from the right of way line, that is the code section. And I am speculating here, but it sounds like the individual here misread that as from the street, which is not the same thing.
Sounds like honest miscommunication or misunderstanding.
It could, pardon me, sir,
It stands nonetheless.
it stands in what regard? I didn't understand.
It's the law and the requirements are what they are.
However, my argument, he detrimentally relied on information that the city gave to him
That he might have misinterpreted.
that he might have misinterpreted, but that's reasonable.
Yeah, but this can't be the evidence for that
His testimony is the evidence for that.
Yeah, but we have oral testimony saying different.
No, I haven't heard any oral testimony different. The oral testimony is this homeowner he did the right thing. He went to seek advice. He got advice, and based upon that advice, he built this fence. After he built the fence, he believed he was acting reasonably. After he built the fence, he got a notice of violation from the city. Now, admittedly, I'll be totally frank here. I have been totally frank. The city, the people from the enforcement department of the city have been communicative. We communicated with them. We told them what happened. They knew what the issue was. And we proceeded with this appeal because we're confronted with a violation. And this was the remedy afforded to deal with that violation. But he relied on the representation of the city. Now, you could say there's no stamp. We don't know the person's name. We don't have a card. But that doesn't make him a liar as to what he said and what he believed. No. I'm just making I never said you said that, sir. I'm saying it could have been an honest miscommunication, but this is what this gentleman believed, and he acted in accordance with that. So here we are. We have a fence that may be in technical violation of the code, but there's another piece to this argument, and then I'll shut up because I tend to suck the air out of the room. If the purpose of this regulation is vision clearance, you look at the photography, there is no obstruction of vision of traffic coming in either direction.
Might be a variance request.
Perhaps, I guess. I mean, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah. Did you talk to the zoning code enforcement about that as a potential path forward? Instead of appealing, ask for
I
the,
did not,
okay.
because at the point in time, we're confronted with a violation
Fair,
with an appeal time,
fair,
with penalties attached to it.
fair.
The only way to stop the clock, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
was to file the notice of appeal.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
that's what we did.
Okay. So if you're, let me start at the beginning. We have to take the violation as the violation, right? We don't give exceptions for miscommunications. This is not sufficient evidence to say that the city misled you, which is what your argument is. I'm not calling anyone a liar, I'm not saying what happened on the phone, but this can't be the evidence of your argument to make the city responsible for your actions.
There is other circumstantial evidence to support that. He built the fence.
Yeah, but sir, we have a ton of people that build fences incorrectly. So that can't be the circumstantial evidence for
this
reliance on the
particular-
code.
Maybe I don't want to.
Yeah.
I'll take off my lawyer hat. for a
Yeah,
minute.
so for,
In this
for
particular
purposes,
case-
for purposes of this, there is a violation, right? Now, if you want to make an argument around, I'm sorry, there is a violation of the vision triangle as we stand here today. Now, if you want to make an argument that, hey, I should be given an exception to that because it doesn't block any traffic, that would be a variance request that you can go through the channels and come back to us and say, hey, here's the pictures, here's the angles. We cannot do that in this hearing. But I understand the time pressures of the appeal. You wanted to stop the clock, that's fair. But I think what we have to do right now is go on the evidence that's presented here, testimony, what we see in the pictures. You know, that's just what it is.
In our view, there is enough evidence to substantiate that this gentleman detrimentally lied on what the city told him, the fence, and the regulation as applied in this particular case.
So what would you have us do? Let the fence stand?
What was your question again?
What would you have us do? Let the fence remain?
Well, that's our ultimate goal, is to allow the fence to remain, obviously. And if there are other administrative avenues we need to pursue, we will.
Okay.
But by the same token, there is a fence in place right now.
Mm-hmm.
And if this board determines it's in violation, there are penalties attached to that. At the very least, any penalties attached should be abated until this administrative process is worked out. But that's our position.
Okay. I don't know about the penalties and things, so the city will have to manage through that. I can't speak on it, so I don't know what happens from here. But for purposes of this hearing, unless you have anything else to present to us.
There's one other point
Okay.
that I think the homeowner would like me to mention. Before he constructed this fence, he did a survey of the area of his neighborhood. There are other fences that, if his fence isn't compliant, are not compliant. And whether there are variances for those, I have no idea. I didn't do the research and check whether those particular fences have variances or not. They may or they may not.
Either way, sir, irrelevant.
I appreciate. You asked me if there's
Yep.
anything else, and I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's important to understand that this homeowner did everything he thought he needed to do. He has not ignored any of these violations.
Mm-hmm.
He's been responsive. His wife has been in communication with the city throughout the entire process. That's all I have to say at this particular point, unless you have any questions for me, or the city has any questions for me.
Anybody have any questions? Okay, I don't think we have any questions. Okay, so per the attorney, I have a question for you. The homeowner is saying that they're not appealing the commercial vehicle. Do we let them say they're not appealing that part, or how do we adjudicate on that piece?
For the applicant, did you not submit an appeal for the commercial vehicle component?
We had communication with the city based upon the homeowner's abatement of those issues. That we believe they were not pursuing those. And those violations, they were abated. He was told not to park an alleged illegal vehicle there, and he stopped doing it.
Do we have the appeal paperwork available to us to see? Or do they have to identify what they're appealing on the paperwork, or is it just a blanket appeal of the whole violation? Notice.
The code enforcement folks, do you have the application itself or no? I could try to pull it up if you don't.
I have it up.
Okay.
It does not seem to be abated.
Wait, no. I actually, for the last appeal hearing that we were supposed to have in January for this case, I took pictures and the van was in the driveway.
In January and February?
Yes. And it was a few days before we'd take them a few days before the appeal hearing. It was there then and it was there this time as well.
And
So-
technically, it really is as of the date of the violation notice that we go by whether there was a violation.
Right.
And that's what we have a picture of. And so we go, you're saying it's abated is fine, but as of the time of the violation, which was, what's the date on this?
October 23rd, I believe. And it was in the driveway then.
I think my question to code enforcement would be, has code enforcement withdrawn the violation?
No, the violation is still open.
But then the second question is, did the applicant appeal the commercial vehicle violation? And do we have the paperwork for that we can view?
Well, go.
The appeal application does reference, their statement references all of the violations that were listed. But I do have correspondence that indicates that they were only appealing the the vision clearance.
So I think the board could treat it as having been appealed. And to that point, I want to give some guidance to the board on the definition of commercial vehicle. So
Okay.
commercial vehicle under Title 33 is defined as the code enforcement officer read. The question for the board is whether the board believes the van in the picture with the graphics, with all the evidence you've heard, is sufficiently of the same character as the other types of commercial vehicles listed, which are bus, cement truck, commercial tree trimming equipment, etc., to meet the definition of commercial vehicle. So I know we had some discussion about, hey, is this commercial vehicle? Some evidence was presented. I would just ask the board to go through your reasoning on either way. I think you can make a determination this is a commercial vehicle or it's not a commercial vehicle under the definition of the code. It's up to you, but I just ask you to have some discussion on that point.
Okay. Conversation about commercial vehicle.
So, to argue that it is
Mike, I
not.
need you to use your mic.
Is this a discussion among us or among?
Among the board, please. You do need it.
I would argue that it is not a commercial vehicle. I think as the code contemplated and described some very specific things, it was going down the road of vehicles used for professional service contractors, as it was described. And while it says not limited to, that is what I believe the code contemplated. The code didn't contemplate a day when vehicles, recreational vehicles, personal vehicles would be wrapped with words like I do nails or I sell Girl Scout cookies. I simply don't think that the code contemplated that. And this is getting into that area. Uh, because it has provided specific definitions for commercial, I feel like if we get to this point and we look at graphics, I'd be happy to expand my thought on that. But in this case in particular, because that's not the code violation that was cited, it's a challenge for me to say this is defined as a commercial vehicle. So that's my position.
Just let me ask the owner, how is this van licensed?
It's regular.
He said it was
residential. Residential.
It's personal?
Yeah, I agree with my colleague. I think that there wasn't any evidence that the motor vehicle is a commercial, actually, that he just testified that it's a regular vehicle. The wrapping, it's a standard van. The wrapping doesn't even, there's no testimony that's an existing business. It's his business. It's anyway related. There doesn't any evidence that there's commercial equipment being stored in it, and that he's using it other than to and from work as a typical vehicle. So without precedent, specific case law or previous cases where the board's interpreted a commercial that way, I'm finding that it doesn't meet the definition.
And I agree with my colleagues on both of those, on all these points. I
Okay.
don't need to expound on that anymore.
But we'd like you to.
I know you would.
Okay, I agree on that point as well. Let's talk about the vision clearance
So
and whether we have a facts. What are the facts about the vision clearance?
So I would argue that we have facts that based on the code and the location of the fence, it is in violation. But that's why I'm saying I don't think it's our point yet to determine whether it's an acceptable condition, because that would be based on a variance application. But I find that it is currently in violation of the code, and that's that.
Anybody else?
I agree with that. I think it's still in violation and a variance would be required. Not saying that the variance would be granted, but would be required.
Okay. So for the finding of facts, I am writing the van does not meet the definition of of commercial vehicle, quote unquote, under Columbus City Ordinance definition. And on the vision clearance, the fence is not situated. No, is. The fence is situated within the vision clearance triangle. Everyone in agreement with that? Okay. Can we call the question on the finding of facts?
Mr. Jones?
Well, do we have, I think that was an entertainment of a motion from a
sorry,
board member.
yes.
Did a board member actually call the question?
Can we have the motion? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll call the question.
Do a second?
Second.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Maleka?
Yes.
Ms. Egelhoff?
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes. Okay, now for the order, based on all the evidence presented, the board, upon motion duly made and seconded, makes the following order. The owner is in violation of 3321, is that 05?
05.
Okay. But not. What was the zoning clearance needed for? That was for the truck or the fence?
It's my understanding it's needed for both. If it were to be determined a commercial vehicle, which sounds like it has not, it would need to have zoning clearance for that. And then also for the fence that lays outside of what is permitted in a residential district without
Okay.
any variances, that's also what it would be needed for.
Oh, okay. So the owner is in violation of 332105 and 330501?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but not in violation of 331225?
Uh,
35?
35.
Okay. Okay, so the owner is in violation of 332105 and 3305.01, but not in violation 3312.35. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion, call the question.
Or a second?
Second.
Mr. Maleka,
Yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
Yes.
Mr. Jones, Chair Plummer Bailey.
Yes. Did you follow? Okay,
I believe so.
okay,
I'm sure I'll get a copy of whatever
Yeah.
is
yeah,
put into the transcript.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time, everybody.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, you know what, this too. Oops. Zane. Yeah, they do too. I don't know why I did that either.
There you go.
Okay, case number 1. Is, sorry, I'm trying to get to the address here. 2001 Integrity Drive. Okay, perfect. Okay, city.
BZA 25-131 for 2001 Integrity Drive South. It's located on the south side of Integrity Drive South, approximately 350 feet east of Elm Creek Drive. It's zoned M manufacturing. It's located in the Columbus Southside Area Commission. The 7.1 acre site is developed with a road construction equipment business. Surrounding uses include a soil recycling center to the east and south, an undeveloped parcel further to the south, a community residential treatment facility, and a cemetery to the west, and a warehouse to the north. The applicant is requesting to establish a new site plan of record for a road construction company. Variances are being requested to reduce the setback for the open storage of materials other than junk, waste products, salvage, or wrecked automobiles from a residentially zoned property from 100 feet to 0 feet along the northwest property lines and from 30 feet to 5 feet along the Elm Creek Drive right-of-way in the southwest corner of the site, and to allow gravel as an improved parking surface. This application was the subject of BZA application 11311-00010, which granted a special permit for the expansion of existing compost facility and a variance to allow an existing gravel access drive. Planning staff note that this area is under consideration for an updated land use recommendation and corresponding zoning as part of zone and economic and housing opportunity. The draft generalized land use recommendation is industrial and warehouse. Planning is supportive of the requested variances. It is generally recommended that additional landscaping be provided to line the existing fencing if able in order to be more consistent with Southside Plan design guidelines on screening. However, we are not making this a condition of our support as we realize this variance will aid in bringing the existing site up to code. Again, planning is supportive of the request. Division of Traffic Management informed the applicant that the right-of-way dedication of 80 feet from the center line of Elm Creek is required. This will be resolved during final site compliance. The applicant was also informed that changes to the access points to Elm Creek Drive and Integrity Drive South would need to be improved with an improved hard surface within the right-of-way and 50 feet beyond the right-of-way, as well as accommodating a potential future shared use path on the south side of Integrity Drive. These comments have been resolved. The Columbus Southside Area Commission recommends approval of this request by a vote of 10-0. Staff recommends approval of the requested variances because they are existing conditions and the property owner recently combined 3 separate parcels to create the subject parcel and the requested variances will allow the new lot to be brought into compliance and a new site plan of record to be approved. Conditions recommended are landscaping will be provided along Elm Creek Drive and the southern property line of the cemetery to ensure that the use is screened from the public right-of-way, and that the site access points need to be a hard surface 50 feet beyond the right-of-way.
Okay, can you state your names, whether you were sworn in?
Yes, my name is Catherine Cunningham. I'm the attorney for the applicant with the law firm of Kegler, Brown, Hill and Ritter in Columbus, Ohio.
Okay,
I'm Bob Park with MP Dory Company, and yes, I was sworn in.
okay. Do you have anything to add about the application? If you could speak to the conditions and whether you agree with those?
Yes.
Okay.
We incorporate the application and all of the reasons for the variances stated in there. The applicant has no issue with the hard surface 50 feet into the site. The only thing that the applicant wanted to raise was the issue of the landscaping around this site. And I did submit additional photos. I think Steve has them, and I actually have this just so that you could, yeah, thank you.
So we don't have landscaping as one of the variances.
It's not a variance. It's a condition that they're adding that's not required by the code.
Oh,
But
and you're
it's-
saying you have an issue with the condition?
that we have an issue with the condition, only with the condition. Otherwise, we appreciate working with staff. We worked out many things
Okay.
with them over the course and
Okay.
with all of the departments. The only thing that we have any objection to, and not a complete objection to, really is the issue associated with the landscaping, partly because of where the property is and the use, the existence of the cemetery, and the amount of screening. So in the app, the photos that you may be able to put up, but yeah, there we go. It's just to sort of give you the flavor of what this site looks like. The one before that is kind of the aerial view of the site, maybe before that one. Yeah, that's the aerial view of the site. You can see in the upper left-hand corner near the site, that's the cemetery. It's an old cemetery. It's been there for a long, long time. It is zoned residential use, so that's what's triggering the setbacks and the buffering from that. To the south of that, and well, surrounding it on two sides, it shares a south and a western or eastern boundary with the MP Dory site. MP Dory is a heavy construction equipment company that does, highway construction. And so that is the site, that is the cemetery. There is, between the cemetery and the site, on the east side, you see a big tree line there. That is a ravine. It's heavily treed, and there are no grave sites in that location. That is also part of the storm that is part of the site plan. Well, that MP Dory worked out with staff for the water across that site. You also see some big trees that are within the cemetery. In the middle, yep, there. And then on the southern property line, there are, of the cemetery, there are some large trees. Okay, if you show the next slide. Yeah, yes. Sorry.
Is this yours?
Yes, everything in the red line. Yes.
What is in this area? How long here?
There's some trees outside our whole lot is fenced in. And there are some trees on the outside of the fence. And then we have material storage inside the fence that we're asking a variance for.
So there's a fence with opacity or what?
It's
Hang on.
it's screened black.
It's coming.
And she'll show you pictures of it.
So this is Elm Creek Drive on the western boundary of the site. MP Dory is to the right. You see those trees going up the side. That's MP Dory. And you will see there is a chain link fence, and it has black fabric screening on all of it, all around the site. That's on the right. That's us. That's our driveway that'll have it's not an active driveway. It's just an occasional
That's at the
use.
bottom of the
Right.
bottom of this.
Correct. It's
This
towards
here.
the bottom, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Okay.
that's just for when there's heavy equipment going in
Okay.
the park. It's not their main access.
So all of this, I shouldn't see from the street, but I see from the street. I see all this. What is this above the fence line?
Trees. Oh,
Some of that's weeds that are growing on top of the fence. Are you talking about the material? Oh, there's construction material.
yeah, we'll get closer.
Sightly to me.
Well, keep going because we can see more. We can see
Okay.
more.
So that's it. That's what's on along Alum Creek Drive. But there's no zoning requirement to screen along Alum Creek Drive, only adjacent to the residential property. And there's no screening on the other side of Alum Creek Drive. There is another black fence on the other side, but there's no screening on Alum Creek Drive,
So,
vegetative screening.
so I'm sure you understand that part of our ability or our willingness to accept certain things that you're requesting
We understand.
come with conditions.
We understand.
And so that was the city's condition. And I'm not going to say, I'm trying to get to whether or not I agree completely.
Yes.
I don't like the vision, the visual here.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And landscape could certainly soften that. I'm not
Yes.
opposed to what you want to do, but again, we need to make it look nice.
Yes.
Yeah, because isn't it the same side of isn't it the same side of the property that you're asking for the storage to be closer to the street?
Correct.
So I think that's the condition, is that, yeah, the code was set up so that we don't ask for landscaping because the storage is going to be back further than eyesight. But when you're putting it in eyesight, then we got to ask for screening. It kind of goes hand in hand.
Well,
So you can't get one without the other.
the challenge for me, and I know this, the challenge for me is that our next door neighbors are a construction company just like us.
Mhm.
They have zero screening on their fence, and they have the exact same unsightly big construction trucks, material right next door to a City of Columbus refuse facility, right on Alum Creek, on the same road within, 500 feet.
And what is
I
that?
think our land looks cleaner than what we see down the street. So I don't think we're asking for anything that's unusual. I think we're being asked to do something that nobody else has been asked to do yet.
Do we know, did you look into that, ma'am? The research on what that property, did they have? Do
Yeah,
they
they're not
have,
required zoning's not required to have.
no, I'm saying, did they ask for a variance? Did they have a site
variance.
clearance to give anything?
I think that's what you guys are missing. You're coming to ask for an exception, to do something outside the code, outside the law. And we're saying, we'll consider that, but we want you to do something extra to help make this more palatable.
Yeah.
So if the site next door asks for the same condition that you are, we'd likely be having the same conversation with them. But we're not trying to single you out. We're just trying to make Columbus beautiful for everybody.
Understood. Can we go on to the next picture? We understand the board's position. So this is going up Alum Creek Drive. This is the property, MP Dory's property that you're looking at. Next slide. Is what's across the street from MP Dory's property, which is commercial.
Franklin County Services.
Franklin County Services. This is the corner of, the end of the MP Dory site is right there. The end of the fencing around the MP Dory site is right there. What you see next to it, where all that shrub is, and that is the cemetery. And those trees are on the cemetery. The greenery there, I use that loosely, is existing. Some of it's in the cemetery, some of it's on both sides of that fence, grown along the fence. Next slide.
I'm trying to demonstrate right now.
If you show the next slide. And this is, to the right is the fence of MP Dory, which is not on the property line, and it's where there is equipment. And then the cemetery line is here. So part of what we were trying to demonstrate is, when we originally talked to the city, what they were saying, I thought, was, we're only asking for screening along the cemetery. We said, okay, we'd have to take all that out and put screening in and against the trees, because that was the residential. And initially the comment was, we don't want screening down Alum Creek. Greenery down Alum Creek. And then I think the position changed. And so part of what MP Dory was talking about was, in order to screen along the cemetery fence, we're going to have to take all that down and put screening in. And there's a lot of vegetation. We're not even sure if the greenery will grow. We can do that. They were willing to do that, keep their black screening up.
Why wouldn't greenery grow?
Because there's a lot of shading from those trees, but the weeds are doing okay. So it seems like maybe it would, but it would be screening the decorative fence. They would screen the decorative fence. It wouldn't if they screen on the property line.
You're talking about on the right where you have screening, you have a black netting on the
Yes.
fence and then no netting on the other side. And you would put netting on that other side.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. But for to put landscaping in there, they were not proposing putting landscaping along their own fencing there because it's not a property line fence. That could, I suppose, but it's already screened from the cemetery. The fence on MP Dory is not a property line. It's not on their property line.
But it's your property line.
I think what she's saying is it doesn't go all the way to the property line, but
It
it's.
doesn't.
So if somebody decides to uproot all those people in that cemetery and build a house there, we're trying to make sure that property owner has the rights to not be looking at.
Can I just clarify something real quick? We have no problem with putting screening and landscaping along that side of the fence, but on the border with the cemetery. I think the confusion is we don't want to have to put landscaping on the 2,000 feet along Alum Creek because it doesn't seem to fit into the neighborhood.
You could talk to my colleagues, they may feel differently.
Yeah, I think maybe there's a confusion because usually when we talk about screening, we're talking about evergreen. And so maybe that's why they're being specific about the southern property line on the cemetery, because we're not really clear if that's evergreen screening, and that's just not going to be. So I think that's what we're wanting, evergreen screening on both of those viewpoints. And you can say whether or not you are in agreement with doing that or not, because that will determine whether we vote yay or nay on this.
I mean, that's a lot of evergreen.
I don't think Eleanor is saying evergreens along Alum Creek.
No, I'm just saying they usually say, I think that
So
I am what
I'm
that is
trying
what
to
I'm
find
saying.
what does
But I don't think
landscape
it's
mean along?
Yeah, I don't think it's
We've asked that
I
question.
don't think it's a line of evergreens.
Oh, it's probably not going to be bushes that are this tall
Right.
if I've got a fence that's 6 foot
Right.
tall.
Right.
So
And-
normally what we've
They
seen
say
is
like how much
Put them in
like
right
a
away.
tree
Or
every.
no?
All right.
The-
Normally what I've seen is we've recommended like a tree every 50 feet or
Right.
every 30 feet.
I was gonna say
Now that's what I've seen previously. I'm not.
And it's not a landscaping problem. That's not the whole issue, is because the site compliance plan that we're doing is estimated for our side to be about $500,000. We're already putting a lot of money to become compliant with the city of Columbus requirements for,
what are you putting the
Sorry.
money into?
it's going to be stormwater. We're
Oh.
here for variances today so that we can go on with our site compliance plan, which is the next step. And that step is going to cost us a lot of money. And, if I have to put trees or bushes in, I will, but I didn't see any requirements to do that. And knowing that our next door neighbor just recently added a building, I'm sure they probably asked for variances to park their trucks up next to it, but they don't have any landscaping outside their building.
They might not have asked for anything. Just
I
because
mean,
they're doing it doesn't mean
George
that they
Idol is
got
one.
permission.
And I'll just,
I also asked staff to put up the site plan. Go ahead.
sorry, if I could just interject for a second. I'm just going to read into the record the territory that we're talking about here. It comes from 3307.09, and it talks about the board's authority to grant conditions, just so we're kind of all on the same page. In granting a variance, the board may impose such requirements and conditions regarding the location, character, and other features of the proposed uses or structures as the board deems necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of this zoning code and to otherwise safeguard the public safety and welfare. So that's the end of the section. Board can kind of interpret that how it will, whether it believes that these conditions that are requested rises to that level. I'll leave it to you, but I just wanted to put out the standard that we're operating under.
So maybe you can direct us more clearly to where is it that you want these storage materials to be on the Alum Creek property line?
We would like the stored materials to be at the edge of our fence
No, I mean, like where
oh,
on the whole, is it from the corner to the entrance? Is that
It's,
the
it's
piece that we're
from the,
talking about?
well, what's gonna change is the corner from the cemetery is gonna, with the site compliance plan, it's gonna change. What's there now is gonna disappear, and that's gonna become a retention pond.
Okay,
So it's gonna be, so that's a retention pond there. So it's gonna be just, I guess, north of the driveway. So right there, the south end of the pond,
The pond is gonna be up to the fence.
up to the fence, inside the fence.
yeah,
But that's, we also have,
but then you have storage right behind that.
right, storage south of that and storage inside. The part to the right is elevated. That's an
so
elevated
that's-
hill.
so
So you're
that's
gonna
it
see
too.
inside the fence no matter what, because there's a elevation.
So would it be fair then that you would put screening on that bottom part of
We have screening.
Alum Creek?
We have screening.
Saying
If
I'm
I
talking
have
about
to put some
landscaping.
trees in, I can put some trees in. I don't know the definition of what landscaping you guys are asking for, because it's not around us.
I don't know that we have a definition of it either. It's landscape screening, which is just basically to make it more visually appealing when you're driving down the street. So you introduced some things here that, again, we don't know, or I don't know, that could change how we look at this. So were you going to say something?
Go ahead. No, not to interrupt.
So
you.
understanding even where you talk about an elevated section of your lot, we're talking about how far up something can be to the lot line, right? For
Mhm.
storage. We've also talked about pile heights. I don't know what you're storing out here. What are you storing?
Guardrail materials, signs, fence.
So materials have height requirements of like 10 feet, right?
So they're not asking for a height.
I get that,
Yeah.
but he's saying that he has an elevated section out there, so your 10 feet is from the ground level. So I would think, as you're saying, we see elevations of topography, you wouldn't be putting things on top. You wouldn't put materials on top of a 10-foot mound already, right? Presumably.
Well, there are materials on top of the mound, yes. But where's the elevation start? Our lot's 18 acres, and we have a low section that's probably 30 or 40 feet lower. Does it start down there? Then we couldn't store anything on
I
the
think
upper part at all.
again, for staff to define that, to me, the ground is the ground at any point in your lot. So if you look at the front, the highest part of your lot and say, here's the benchmark, and you can go 10 feet above that. If you have a site inside your lot that's already 10 feet elevated, I don't think that flies. But I don't know what the definition, as you're asking, is.
Well, for purposes of tonight, we're talking about the Alum Creek line, and they're asking to reduce the setback from 30 feet to 5 feet along the Alum Creek Drive right away in the southwest corner of the site. And so I think that's appropriate to request landscaping along that portion. Is that a fair?
That'd be fine.
Okay, is that a fair?
Again, I
It's
just,
not all of Allen Creek, it's,
no, what's landscaping?
oh, yeah.
And when you say screening, I usually think opacity.
We're
But
gonna have
if we're just talking about tree placements, placing a tree every 50 feet, then
council is going to weigh in, I think.
are you?
Well, there's a definition of landscape in the zoning code, but I don't know if it is the type of screening that the city has in mind.
We have requested more clarity on screening and have never gotten it. And one of the concerns also is that whether any can go in the right of way, because the fence is along the right of way line. So we would be putting screening in the right of way outside the fence, which if
Well,
the city requests that we do it and orders us to do it, we would, but
Then we would be back to the city arborist to make a recommendation on tree placement if it is allowed by the city.
For the required screening, which this is not, it's not required. It's a condition that staff has requested. But for required screening, it's to a height of 5 feet above finished grade with an opacity of not less than 75%.
I think that's the definition. That's the standard.
That's what staff is requesting that we do? I mean, this is the first I've heard.
Can you repeat that?
It's hard for me to speak for the planning folks. This is a requested condition. It is not a required code compliant item, right? I'm just demonstrating what if screening were to be required, what it would be required to. You know, it's up to the board to determine.
Definition is helpful for us.
Repeat it again for me, please, Bill.
No less than 5 feet above finished grade into a year-round opacity of not less than 75%.
And Phil, that is from planning.
So what I just read was the code section in the instance that screening is required. Again, it's not required here. We're asking for it. Planning has requested it without specifics.
Just
So
clarifying.
board, you can kind of use that as a metric.
Yeah.
If you want as a yardstick to whatever condition you want to impose. It sounds like there's some
So we
agreement on a
will,
lesser condition.
so one of the conditions is the site access point needs to be hard surface 50 feet beyond the right of way. We
Yes,
agree with
absolutely.
that. Okay. The other condition, as it exists, said landscaping will be provided along Allen Creek Drive and the southern property line. What we will revise it would be landscaping consistent with no less than 5% above finished grade and no less than 75% capacity will be required along the Allen Creek Drive right away in the southwest corner of the site. Because that's where we're allowing for the storage
Agreed.
change. Okay. Anything else you want to talk about?
That's all.
Okay. Do we have anybody here that wants to speak about this application? Okay, I don't see anyone.
My question still is, if the city won't allow them to plant out in the right of way, what do they do? Because we're making them plant something that they might not be allowed to plant.
This is just a question for Bill.
Yeah, so they could plant within the right of way if they were granted permission by public service and city, forester and whoever.
We want to add that
So,
part of.
But I
to the-
think the discussion was about screening on the east side of the fence, meaning within the property. Is that not the discussion?
No, we didn't specify. Because your condition said so that the use is screened from the public right of way. It didn't specifically say inside or outside. It just said along the property line.
Okay, I see the ambiguity. I think staff's position would be interior to the site, meaning inside the fence. If you want us to consider, or if you want the city to consider allowing the vegetation within the right of way, that's possible. They just need to go through the proper channels for that.
I'd like the city to consider making it as a condition as long as the city gives us permission to put it outside the fence. We're fine to do it. I mean, we don't object to that condition. Doing it inside the fence when you're storing heavy equipment with heavy trucks that, it's, I don't know. I'll guess you should talk about your business operations better than I can.
Screening inside the fence would not make any sense at all. I mean,
Yes, I think we need to add on to this condition to say, if allowed by the city, what department is it?
Public service, specifically city forester. Dan, do you have any additional?
Yeah, I think as long as if there's a condition as approved by Department of Public Service and the city forester, that should cover.
Yep.
Okay. Are we clear on that, Stephen? Okay. Sorry for the good clarification, though.
We appreciate your indulgence and consideration
Okay.
of our position. Thank you.
Is there any other questions from the board? There's nobody here to speak to this condition, so we can go through the Duncan factors if everyone's ready. Okay. The property in question, could yield a reasonable return without these variances. However, the applicant has indicated that they are making some changes to the business operations and want to be in compliance, but also grow the business. The variance is not substantial because of the character of the neighborhood. It is a manufacturing district, and I don't think that the character of the neighborhood would be substantially altered with these variances. I don't think that the delivery of government services is affected. The property owner did have knowledge of the zoning restriction, which is why they're here. But in order to do what they're doing with their business, they do need to get these variances from us. I don't think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement, let me say it this way, with the conditions, I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed because we're giving up a little bit of vision preference, but we're mitigating that with the landscaping. So I think that's a fair trade-off. Are you ready to call the question?
I'll call a question with the conditions.
Question's been called. Please call the roll.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I agree with the chair's analysis, Duncan factors, and vote in favor of the variance.
Mr. Jones,
I also agree with the chair's assessment and vote yes.
Mr. Maleka,
I concur with the chair and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, variance is granted.
Thank you. We
Thank you.
appreciate your
Thank
time.
you.
We did.
Yeah.
421 South Glenwood Avenue.
Excuse me. 421 South Glenwood Avenue, located at the southwest corner of South Glenwood Avenue and Campbell Avenue. Part of the Franklinton Area Commission and zoned R4. Site is developed with a single unit dwelling. Surrounding uses are primarily single unit dwellings. The applicant proposes to construct a rear room addition. They were approved for the first 3 variances in December. And the one you're voting on now is to 32.28 side yard or rear obstruction to allow a covered porch in the rear or in the required yard. Planning has reviewed the updated file and now fully support the request. Division of Traffic Management had no comments, and the Franklinton Area Commission recommends approval with a vote of 10-0. Staff can recommend approval as the requested variances are modest and will not substantially alter the character of the neighborhood. The proposed rear addition is compatible with the surrounding residential context and is consistent with the C2P2 residential design guidelines, which supports additions that align with the height, width, setbacks, lot coverage, and overall form of nearby homes. Chair.
Okay, can you state your name, whether or not you were sworn in?
Jean Cabral, yes, I was sworn in.
Okay, can you go ahead with your
We
test?
were here in December and there was a mix-up on the variance requests. I had this 4th one on there previously and then, okay. I had it on previously before we came in December and then was advised to take it off, but then was told that we needed to put it back on. So that's why I'm here. It
Okay.
has to do with the 5x5 porch, 5 foot by 5 foot on the north side that would extend, it'd still be on the property, but it's extend into the setback line.
Okay.
Yeah, there was basically 2 parts of this variance originally. One was for a parking pad and one was for the covered porch to the same code section. When it was reviewed, she didn't need the variance to the parking pad, was told to remove it and was misinterpreted to remove the whole, she removed the whole thing rather
Yeah.
than,
Okay.
so
Okay.
that's where we are.
So here we are.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so this sounds like the city is in approval, that the Franklinton Area Commission approves. Is there anyone here that wants to speak about this application? Board members, do we have any questions? Okay. Because of the narrow width of this lot, it seems like this property, in order to do any innovations or additions, would be into the setback line. I don't think that this is substantial, given that we've approved the parking pad already in this similar location. The character of the neighborhood would not be altered, not affecting any governmental services. Whether the property purchased with knowledge was not really relevant right here. In order to build this, they would have to get a variance from us. And so I think that there's no other option. But I do think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement is observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance. Are we ready to call the question?
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Please call the roll.
Mr. Jones,
Agree with the chair's assessment and vote yes.
Mr. Malacca,
I too concur with the chair and vote yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I likewise concur with the chair and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes. The variance is granted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm stuck here somewhere. 3430 Ohio Health Parkway.
$3430 Ohio Health Parkway, located on the southwest corner of Ohio Health Parkway and West North Broadway. There's no area commission, and it is zoned in the Regional Activities Center, part of the Title 34 update. The 56.41 acre site is developed with a hospital complex, associated parking garage, and surface lots. Surrounding uses include medical office facilities to the northeast, single unit residential to the north and west, State 315 to the south and east, and more hospital buildings further east. The applicant proposes to construct a medical facility. Several variances related to Title 34 are being requested. The Division of Traffic Management has no comment, or I'm sorry, the Division of Traffic Management states that of right-of-way dedication of 80 feet from the center line of Owentangy Road and 60 feet from the center line of West North Broadway will be required. There's no area commission, and the Division of Planning has no comment. Staff can recommend approval. Although the list of requested variances is extensive, this particular site is subject to Title 34 standards, which make development difficult at this location within the larger hospital campus. The building is appropriate in this location as the site spans a substantial portion of Riverside hospital parcel and extends across West North Broadway. The requested variances are necessary to accommodate development on large existing institutional site and will not result in substantial detriment to adjacent properties or the public good.
And where's the site?
So
What site is it?
it's, but this is all zoned the same thing. So we're just talking about this portion here. But because of it being such a large site, it's in the new Title 34, and it's set to all those standards. That's why the list is so big, even though it kind of fits where it is.
We have a lot of people here, but I don't think everyone's going to talk, are they? Okay. Who's going to talk? State your name and whether you've been sworn in.
Doug Scholl with Ohio Health, and yes, I have been.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm Matthew Moberg with Porter Wright Morrison Arthur outside counsel, and I have been sworn in.
Okay, perfect.
I guess we agree with staff. I mean, we have a building on that site that's been there since before Title 34. We're trying to build a addition to the facility that is matching in character, all fits into the area. So I don't know, there's a whole lot more, and happy to answer questions, but we're just trying to expand.
So these variances are to get the existing building into compliance because they're trying to build
No.
on? Is that what's happening?
No,
New. Yeah.
the existing building's in compliance.
No, I'm talking about with the new standard.
No,
No?
it's all for the new. The new
The new
built
addition.
facility. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And how big is the new addition?
About 180,000 square feet,
Okay.
5-story.
Okay. You've been through area commissions?
There is no area commission.
No area commission. Okay. Have you heard from community or neighbors or anything?
We have not. I
Not-
mean, the
nothing?
Canterbury neighbor is that apartment complex, but that's a privately owned apartment complex. Crawford Oing owns the coal site and they're working on an apartment complex there.
Okay.
So have not heard, not heard
Okay.
anything negative.
Okay. I'm looking at the list of variances and nothing stands out to me as major, but, oh, you're down. On-site parking, ground floor depth, building form, modules, shop front, courtyard. Okay. Is there anybody here that wants to speak about this application? Nope. Okay. Let's go through these factors. The variances, although significant in number, do not appear to be significant in altering the character of the neighborhood. As the applicant stated, this is designed to be in line with the other buildings in that area. This applicant has been a good neighbor, and so I think there's likelihood that this would not be in a problem should there have been a area commission to hear it. The property in question would not be able to yield a reasonable return without these variances, so that they can add on. The character of the neighborhood, like we mentioned, they're building to be consistent. No adverse effect on delivery of governmental services. The property has been owned by this owner for a long time, so not sure about them knowing about zoning restrictions as applicable to this purpose. Their predicament could not be obviated except through these variances, but I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting these variances. Are we ready to call the question?
I'll call a question.
Mr. Malacca,
I concur with the chair's analysis and vote yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I likewise concur with the chair and vote yes.
Mr. Jones,
I agree with the chair's assessment and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes. Variance is granted.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. 96 Hall Court. Is nobody here from, oh,
he's
I'm
coming up.
sorry.
BZA 25-069 from 96 Whole Court. It's located on the east side of Whole Court, approximately 90 feet south of Gill Alley. It's zoned R4 residential and it's located in the Italian Village Commission. The 0.1 acre site is currently undeveloped. Surrounding uses are all residential with a mix of single and 2-unit dwellings. The applicant proposes to construct a 3-story single unit dwelling with an attached garage and a rooftop terrace and is requesting variances to reduce the minimum lot area for a single unit dwelling from 5,000 square feet to 4,450 square feet and to allow the dwelling to front an alley rather than a public street. Planning has no comment on the proposal as it is located within the Italian Village Commission. Division of Traffic Management has no comments on this request. The Italian Village Commission recommends approval of this request by a vote of 6-0. And staff recommends approval of the requested variances because the applicant has revised the site plan to reduce the number of variances, and they worked with the Italian Village Commission to ensure the proposed home will be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Furthermore, the property would be undevelopable without the requested variances.
Okay, can you state your name, whether or not you're sworn in?
My name is Todd Parker, and yes, I was sworn in.
Okay. Do you have anything to add to the application?
I do not, other than just 2 quick comments. You know, as Stephen said, it's basically an existing non-conforming parcel. the architecture meets the zoning guidelines. We worked for several months with Italian Village to get it approved. The other thing is historically the site was 3 parcels. And at one point in time, there were 2 single dwelling units and 1 duplex on it, according to the Sanborn maps.
So what's existing there now?
Nothing. It's a blank piece of
Empty
land.
lot.
So yeah, that Sanborn map shows that at one point it was 3 parcels.
3 parcels, and what was they're
It was 2 single,
fronting to where?
the whole court, which is basically an alley. And so there are currently 2 residences to the south of the HU. Yeah, those are the 2 existing houses that front that same alley. Everything else is rear yard, garage access, et cetera. So this is sort of a little island in the middle of all that.
To front on Hall Alley as well?
Yes.
Mhm.
And the lot is 550 square feet short of complying with the size requirement of 5,000 square feet.
Okay, is there anybody here that wants to speak about this application? Please come. Please state your name, whether or not you're sworn in.
Bill Demore, I was sworn in.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I live to the south of where they want to build. There is, if you put the pictures up of the green space, you will see that back. So this is an alley. This is in the middle of basically 2 alleys. And the only way for myself and my neighbors to get to our parking is to go through a very narrow one-way, not one-way, but a very alley where they want to build on Hull Court. Building on this alley will affect all of our access to our property to park, because otherwise we have no other place to park because we all have property in the back. The houses that are there right now, the only place they can park is next to them. So it would be on the other side of where so they're the two small houses that are already there. Their only parking spots are in front of their houses, which is on one side of one alley. They want to build it on the other side of the alley, the frontage to the other side of the alley, which is very narrow. I don't know how right now that if we ever had a fire back there, they get a fire truck in there because you have to get it from a small narrow alley off of Kerr Street and try to turn it into another alley. And when there are cars parked back there, which is every weekend and every evening, you can barely get a car around there because sometimes you have to go, it's tough to get a car in there because I do it every night. When the garbage trucks come, most of the time when there's nobody there, he has to go the other way on Hull and then back it down to get the garbage receptacles, which are on Hull Alley for everybody that lives on Kerr Street, as well as the 2 houses that are already there in the alley there. Their garbage is picked up on the alley that the truck has to back down because there's no way for a garbage truck to turn around. So he has to kind of maneuver after the one alley coming from Kerr Street to go up and back and up and back. And he has to do it 2 or 3 or 4 times before he can get it straight enough to back up to get the garbage. I don't know how.
Isn't that a function of the alley and not of the house being?
Well,
sitting
but
on-
I'm saying building a house, I don't know how, I mean, every time you build something, they block off half of a street and sidewalk and everything. If they block off the only alley in and out of our property and to get the garbage, which I guarantee you they will do, they say they're not going to do it, but I guarantee you that they will, then none of us are going to have access to our property, nor will the garbage be able to come. And God forbid, if a fire ever happened in the 2 houses that are currently there now, there'll be nowhere to pull a fire truck in. So it affects city services by trying to build this house and taking up the only access to a dozen people's property to get to their home. And there's no fire plug anywhere close. There's no fire plug anywhere except on 3rd Street, which would be to the, depending on, from my house, 3rd Street is east. So I guess it would be to the east of this as well. And again, it affects city services. This thing is, there are no 3-story houses with a roof deck and a 2-car garage anywhere in this neighborhood. There are no, when I was on the board here, there, we approved a variance for a one-car garage at the end of the alley. If you go straight from Kerr Street, a one-car garage there. There are no two-car garages anywhere in this area. There are, I mean, the only garage we approved, I don't know, a dozen years ago is the only garage in the neighborhood. There's certainly no roof decks in this neighborhood, and I've lived there now for 25 years. So this is completely not with what the rest of the neighborhood looks like. I think it's way too big. And again, if they build something and we can't get to our houses and a garbage truck can't get to the garbage, that's a huge problem.
But it's-
Excuse,
but-
question for city staff, because we're going to be expected to review Duncan standards, which talk about delivery of government services. What mechanisms are in place to ensure that none of those are going to be affected through review process that includes, and I'm going to, if you say planning, can you be more specific to talk about fire safety, delivery of services, et cetera?
Yeah, these applications get distributed to various city departments before they reach the board. So the Division of Fire, as well as other agencies that provide services, water, sewer, whatever the case may be, have the opportunity to review these applications before they reach the board.
And so typically, I don't know, when we get that planning is in support, that generic comment, that means that all of those various departments have reviewed and have no questions or causes for concern.
Planning is one commenting agency. If those other agencies that I mentioned provided comments of concern, they would have either been resolved prior to the case reaching you all, or they would have been included in the staff report.
And so we could assume that when we testify as a board, that there's going to be no alteration to city services, et cetera, that is true in fact, because they've had the opportunity to review.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
And am I hearing correctly, you're concerned during construction more than anything, where how it's going to be constructed and the obstacles during that construction period?
Absolutely. Yeah, when they construct it, I don't know. I mean, they're already asking for a variance for a smaller lot. So I don't know where they're going to put everything to build their house. And if they put it in the only access point to and from everything, that's going to affect both myself, all my neighbors, who are all opposed to this, by the way, because I'm representing most of my neighborhood, who all told me anything you can do to stop this, they don't want it. And again, if there's construction vehicles in the very narrow alley to get to where they want to build the house, there's no way they'll pick up the garbage truck. Again, I don't know how fire department could even attempt to put a fire truck back there. I mean, a fire truck is longer than a garbage truck. And if this is a 3-story building, I don't know how they're going to get a fire truck in there. Let's be perfectly honest. And I don't think they ever considered that, because again, you can barely pull a car around this place when there's people parked on the end street that comes up from Kerr. If the people are parked in their outdoor space lots, because again, there only is one garage in the neighborhood, I don't know how the fire truck's going to get around, because you can barely pull a pedestrian, a regular car through there when there's people parked there. So again, I don't think they considered any of these things. If God forbid there's a fire on a weekend morning with everybody's parked back there.
But Mr. Demora, the request is only a 550 square foot reduction from
Oh, I
what
understand
we
that.
allow. So
I
it's
understand
not
that. But again,
significant.
the lot is, if it's already small enough, it's already too small that needs a variance. Where are they going to put all the stuff to actually build the house?
So again, back to Mr. Demora's question, Mr. Maleka's question, you are concerned about the construction period.
Yes, absolutely.
And I guess I would ask the city, I don't think anybody's allowed to do construction that would block people's access to their parking or to their house. So I don't know that there's anything that we can
Well, I understand.
say
Obviously,
to
having served
assure
on this
you of
board,
that.
I know that people lie. They said they're not going to block the alley, but they always do. And trust me, I get complaints all the time, even though I can't do anything about them in my current position, that, you know, when they block a street off, when they block this off, they're constructing this and that, people call my office. Now, I can't do anything about it. I tell them to call the city, but I can tell you that if they block the only way in and out for 15 people to park their cars, what are we going to do about it?
I-
'Cause I
think
guarantee you they're
it's
going to block it.
A remedy for that, so, yeah, but that's not the purview of this
No, I
board.
understand, but again, I think they're already building on a smaller lot and they're building something that doesn't fit on this smaller lot. A 3-story thing with a 2-car garage and a roof deck. Again, there are very few 3-story buildings in the entire neighborhood. None of them have 2-car garages and none of them have a roof deck. So I don't know how it fits in the neighborhood because none of those things are currently, again, only one place in the entire circle that you have there has a garage, one.
Is that the height, is that going into the square foot calculation?
No, it doesn't go into the square foot
Okay.
calculation. It would, I believe, I'm double checking, impact the side yards requirement.
Okay, but they're not asking for a
No.
variance on that, so that's not, whether they go 3 feet or 5 feet up in the air is irrelevant to the variances that they've requested.
As long as they're meeting the height requirement for the district,
Okay,
then,
okay.
which is 35 feet.
right, okay.
Being in the R4 district for a 2, 3, or no, that's 4 dwelling. That's not.
Right.
Okay.
And
Never mind.
that's not going to be blocked.
Okay. Mr. Demore, I don't, unless you have something else to say to
No.
us?
Again,
Okay,
I had to come and represent my neighbors.
appreciate that. Yeah, I feel for you on the construction period, but like I said, that's not our purview, and
Understand
I think
that.
the city has remedies for that.
So I would like to add, as it relates to height, in the side yard section, notwithstanding the provisions of subsections A, B, C, and or D, as the case may be, and E above, where a building exceeds 2 1/2 stories in height, the minimum side yard shall not be less than 1/6 of the height of the building. So because this is taller,
They've met that.
they have more restrictive side yard requirements,
Mhm.
and they are meeting that requirement.
Okay. So, I mean, I think that gets to maneuverability. They've got sufficient side yard from what the city is requiring.
We'll see.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So regarding height, have you looked at the heights in the neighborhood and
Yeah, so
how's it comparing to?
That was one of the requests from the Italian Village Commission, and we, using some mapping software, so we have to take it with a grain of salt. We did a diagram of every building within that whole block, and we came up with the average height of most of the eaves of 21 feet of 2-story residences. So we are within that component of that 21-foot eve height. And, we're 5 feet below the maximum height, allowed with the height of our ridge beam. So
You're
our-
30 feet?
Yeah, our max height's 30 feet. The zoning maximum is 35.
Another question, any improvements required in the alleys, and streets around this per city?
No, nothing other than connecting the access point to the alley.
Is there a reason why you have it facing the alley and not a public street?
There are no public streets, basically.
So regardless, you're going to have to have a variance.
Yeah, so regardless, it's an existing non-conforming lot, whether we, wanted to build a house half the size or.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak about this application? Okay, let's go through the factors. I think the property in question would yield a reasonable return without these variances. However, I don't think that the variances are substantial. As mentioned, we're talking about a 10% reduction in the district, the area requirements, and the house is going to have to face an alley on one of the sides. The character of the neighborhood, I don't think would be substantially altered. The applicant has given testimony about sizes of other houses in the area. Notwithstanding this being 3 stories, which seems to be different. But I think the height, if they're maintaining equal height to other buildings, I think that's what the code would want. The city departments have had the opportunity to review and therefore I don't see any adverse effects on delivery of governmental services. The knowledge of the zoning restrictions was not addressed. The property owner's predicament could only be obviated through a variance as requested. But I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variances. Are we ready to call the question?
I'll call the question.
Ms. Egelhoff?
So I agree with the chair's analysis of the Duncan factors. Although I do think the essential character of the neighbor is affected. You're talking about a 3-story with the open rooftop. I'm gonna have to rely on the city's representation that the government services won't be affected. I do have concerns similar to the property owners, but I'm gonna defer to the city's review and approval on that. So we're looking at the fronting's just, it's the variance basically is gonna be required for anything. And so when you're looking at the area requirements, it's such a non-substantial amount and nominal. I'm gonna vote in favor of the variance.
Mr. Jones?
I respectfully would disagree with the comment about yielding a reasonable return. I do not think that the lot will yield that without this variance. Otherwise, I agree with the chair's assessment and vote yes.
Mr. Maleka?
I concur with the chair's assessment and also agree that probably needs the variances to be a successful project. So, but I vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes, variance is granted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. 533 North Nelson Road.
And just to note, board, this application has a special permit as well as the variances.
Oh, thank you.
.533 North Nelson Road is located on the west side of North Nelson Road, approximately 560 feet north of Maryland Avenue. It's part of the Near East Area Commission and existing zoning is M Manufacturing District. The 1.87 acre site is currently developed with a junk salvage recycling center. Surrounding uses include a fence contractor to the north, an Amazon distribution center to the south and west, and a daycare and apartment complex to the east. In March of 2018, the applicant received a special permit to allow a junk and salvage recycling center as well as variances from the Board of Zoning Adjustment for the following development standards. 3389.07 impound lot, junkyard, or salvage yard to allow special permit for recycling center. 3363.41 storage to reduce the setback for open storage from any residential or apartment residential district from 600 feet to 70 feet and from 20 feet to 10 feet from the north, west, and south property lines for outside storage. To reduce the setback from 100 feet to 30 feet from the street for storage, to permit the existing chain link fence without the non-transparent material at 5 foot in height along the north, west, and south property lines, and to allow the existing chain link fence without non-transparent material to remain at 10 feet in height on the north property line. 3363.27 height and area regulations to reduce the setback for a recycling center from any residential or apartment residential district from 600 feet to 70 feet and from the north property line 20 feet to 0 feet. 3312.21 landscaping and screening to provide no headlight screening or interior landscape trees. 3312.27 parking setback line to reduce the parking setback line for loading spaces and pavement from 25 feet to 10 feet. And finally, 3312.21 prohibited location to reduce the setback for a recycling center for any residential district from 600 feet to 70 feet. So that was the previous board order. The applicant is now requesting one new variance to reduce the building setback from 40 feet to 10 feet for a scale and scale house and to 3 feet for a donation box. The previously passed variances have also been added to this report so that the board order, should the new variance be passed, will reflect all variances associated with the property.
So the only one that we're voting on is 3363.24.
Correct. We will have a condition here that this board order will repeal and replace the previous board order and include those previous conditions and variances of the previous board order. The next section in your staff report just includes those previously approved variances and special permit. The Division of Traffic Management has no comments. Division of Sewers and Drains has indicated that no permanent structures will be allowed within the sanitary easement on the site, regardless of whether the variances in question are approved in terms of setback and what have you. The Near East Area Commission has recommended approval of the requested variance, voting 9-0 in favor. And the City Department's recommendation is likewise that of approval. Staff recommends approval as the reduced building line is mitigated by the fact that it is being sought for secondary structures, and the primary structure will not be expanding closer to the road. Furthermore, the proposed changes to the site are congruent with the surrounding development pattern and plan recommendations. Again, I will list the following conditions that will be applied. 1, the applicant will install landscaping along the Nelson Road frontage. Landscaping shall consist of a mix of hedge and trees with a minimum of 10 trees. The special permit to allow recycling will be limited to computers, electronic devices, scrap metal, copper, aluminum, and appliances. Those two were the conditions of the previous board order, so they are following with this. The sanitary easement shall remain clear of any permanent structures. And again, this board order shall repeal and replace the previous board order for this property. Chair.
Okay. Can you state your name, whether you were sworn in?
Jeffrey L. Brown, attorney with Smith and Hale, and I have been sworn in.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add to this?
As staff has indicated, we were in front of this board in 2018 and got approval. And as part of that approval, you stamped a site plan. So business has been good in the recycling, and so we needed to update our site plan. And in the process, they also had put in a scale. And so we need to adjust the variance. And as staff has indicated, that is behind our landscaping and a green fence covering. So it's not very visible. We did appear in front of the Near East and they recommended approval. There is just one thing. Originally, we were asking for 3 feet for a donation box, and we've moved that off the property inside. It's now inside the fence, so we don't need that.
Okay. So 3363.24 is just to reduce the building setback from 40 feet to 10 feet for a scale and scale house.
Right, and
Okay.
to incorporate the new site plan.
Correct. Okay. Okay, so no new conditions on this variance request. Okay.
The easement. I don't know
sorry.
if that was included. Jeff, you're aware of the easement that Sewers and Drains is talking about?
Yes.
Can't put anything
No,
in
we
there?
already had
Okay,
that
all right.
conversation. We did a preliminary site plan review and the sewer department looked at that and they're okay as long as it's temporary. That scale is used basically for pickup trucks that bring steel in because you have to weigh that by the pound. And it comes up in 6 sections and can be removed with a forklift. So we noted that as a temporary structure and that was what it was shown when it was reviewed by all the departments in the preliminary site plan review.
So that is a current condition? Because this, I thought you read
No,
these
no, there is an existing sewer easement.
Okay, no, I'm saying
So we have the condition read as
it will remain clear of any permanent structure.
permanent structures.
Okay.
So the temporary structures that were just mentioned have been okayed by Sewers and Drains.
So that's a newly added condition.
Correct.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak about this application? Board members, do we have any other questions?
Dane, could you just repeat what exactly we're voting on? We're not voting on the whole list of variances in the special permit, correct? There's just.
That might be a question for you because we want to carry over the previously approved variances. So
The only thing,
You have to,
Josh, that makes
position.
me nervous is they repealed the old one.
Yeah, repeal and replace.
So we want the board order, if the board is in favor of this application, we would request that the board order state all previously approved variances plus the one new one.
Why do you want to repeal and replace? Like, why don't you just want to have that existing and then this one existing?
Rather than having 2 records for the same property, if we can consolidate into a single record that includes all requested variances, that would be helpful.
So I'm wondering if we even need to repeal the existing variances
Yeah, can you just carry them forward without repealing them?
because the variances are following the property, correct, as well as the special permit. So those exist. You're really just asking for another variance with the condition on top of.
That's fine. It just makes it such that we have a record of BZA 18 dash whatever.
So can we
and then
say that
BZA 26
And
dash?
incorporate
Can
the
be
previously.
incorporated?
We can.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Rather than repeal and replace,
Okay.
let's incorporate the
That's
previously
fine.
approved variances and special permits in addition to the new one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tonight we
Repeals
will,
make attorneys very nervous.
so tonight we will be voting on 3363.24 only for the scale and scale house with two conditions. One, that the sanitary easement shall remain clear of any permanent structures and previous BZA 17-108 will be incorporated into this record with all its conditions. Is that okay with you?
That's okay with me. Is that okay with you, Jeff?
Okay with you, Mr.
I mean,
Brown?
you can include all those conditions because I mean,
No,
we've already.
those are already existing, so I'm not going to repeat them. I was just repeating the new ones.
Yeah, and the other thing, just to make clear, is that we have a new site plan. If you're going to make that part of it and stamp it, we.
Do you want me to stamp it?
So we did not have that as a condition, a stamped site plan. If
We
could
probably
go ahead-
should, because if you're going to put it in a specific area, this
Yeah, we've
scale.
shown everything. We show the landscaping and everything.
Okay, we can stamp it.
We'll
So
have, we'll have to have one printed and we'll bring it to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll add that to the condition, that stamped site plan that shows the location of the scale.
Jeff, do you have one? Site plan?
That'd be even better.
Hopefully that's.
I'm like, look at that.
Well, the Near East wants paper copies too, so.
Did I already ask if anybody was here to speak about this property? Okay, no one's moving. Board members, nothing else to ask? Okay, so the property needs this variance to facilitate its growth. It is adding a scale for some weighing of materials coming into the site. I don't believe that the variance is substantial, considering that this is already a manufacturing district, and this is just adding to existing operations on a already approved special permit lot with existing storage and existing variances already approved. The central character of the neighborhood would not be substantially altered. The delivery of government services does not appear to be affected. The property owner probably did not know that they were needing to be adding on in this manner when they purchased the property. But there is no other feasible way to get this done other than this variance. The spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance with the conditions. Are we ready to call the question?
I'll call the question with the conditions.
Question.
Mr. Jones,
I concur with the chair's assessment and vote yes.
Mr. Maleka,
I too concur and vote yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I likewise concur and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes.
Thank you very
It's
much.
granted. Oh, that was Nelson Road. Oops, sorry. I'm getting confused here. 2330 Hiawatha Park Drive.
She's here. Twenty-three 30 Hiawatha Park Drive is located on the northwest corner of Hiawatha Park Drive and Clinton Street. It is part of the South Linden Area Commission and zoned R3 residential. The site is developed with a single unit dwelling. Surrounding uses are primarily single unit dwellings. The applicant proposes to construct a room addition and extend the front and rear porches. Variances are being requested to reduce the side yard from 8 feet to 6 feet, to reduce the southern side yard from 5 feet to 2 feet, and to reduce the building line on the south side from 8.2 feet to 6 feet. Planning is supportive of this proposal. C2P2 design guidelines state that new additions should be designed appropriately based on the principal in nearby structures. Therefore, planning is supportive as approval as the proposal is consistent with C2B2 design guidelines. Division of Traffic Management had no comments, and the Clintonville Area Commission recommends approval with a vote of 7-0. Staff can also recommend approval as the requested variances will legitimize existing side yard conditions and allow a modest addition and porch extensions that remain compatible with the scale and character of the dwelling and surrounding neighborhood. The reductions are minor and will not negatively impact adjacent properties, and the proposal aligns with C2B2 design guidelines for residential additions. Chair.
You said Clintonville Area Commission. Did you mean South Linden?
Probably.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
The intersection,
South Linden.
the intersection is Hiawatha and Clinton Street.
Oh, yeah, South Linden Area Commission.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I see.
So you have the approval of the city and the area commission. Can you state your names, whether you were sworn in?
Yes, my name is Sandra Mendoza.
Can you speak into the mic a little bit louder?
S-A-N.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. This is Sandra Mendoza.
Gotcha. Are you going to speak? No?
Yes.
No, you're going to, okay. You were sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is coming for solution for extension for new addition for rooms, and this the porch, the front porch and the rear porch, the extension.
Okay. I don't see this as being significant variances being requested. So does the board have any questions for the applicant?
Nope.
Do we have anybody that wants to speak to this application from the audience? Okay, no, I'll go through the factors here. The property in question could yield a reasonable return without these additions. However, the property owner is seeking to build a front end rear porch, which does not seem to be outside of the character of the neighborhood and not substantial in their variance request. I don't think that delivery of governmental services will be impacted adversely. The knowledge about zoning restrictions was not discussed. The owner's predicament could not be obviated if through another method other than these variances, but I do think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variances. Are you ready to call the question?
I'll call the question.
Mr. Maleka,
I concur with the chair and vote yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I concur with the chair and vote yes.
Mr. Jones,
I agree with the chair and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, variance is granted. Thank you.
Thank you for your help.
100 Galloway Road. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Huh? It's a small break. Our court reporter wants a 5-minute break.
So close, but so big.
Sure. What's another 5 minutes? I know.
You can have a rotator cuff?
Oh, boy.
I wasn't consulted. Asked me.
They did ask.
They didn't ask me.
Oh, they asked me.
Well,
Okay.
Did they ask you? Oh. This ain't all right.
Yeah, I know, it's like, sorry. No, they're not asking us to print it. Oh, did they? Oh, yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
I'm just gonna. It's fine.
Rebecca turned all her stuff out. I was like, oh.
Now it's over the signature. I don't know if it's where the messaging is coming from, like what's really happening. Too, if I pass to work, but I'll need to keep it, so that I can look at it. Wow.
Yeah, because I'm fine with this, but I have total control over it. You guys are trying to share.
Well, we're not.
When it's not ours, that is this like locked up now.
Oh, so y'all gotta unlock it every time.
And we don't know how to unlock it. It's not for us.
Oh, they can unlock it for you?
Yeah, they can unlock it every
As we
time you
have
let it sit.
discussion,
Oh,
it times out. Is that your computer?
no, this is theirs.
Times out.
No, because he went in and changed the settings. It wouldn't time out. Because I said the same thing, like, you guys, I'm not gonna be going back and forth, like,
Feels like a little tantrum, because it's got like the variances, I understand.
I do too. Yeah, so that's why I said this is helpful because I can,
As long as you got it, I mean, know it's for this meeting, right?
I've been to different boards. I'm not sure it's one that could have.
but they, I mean, they did say if if it wasn't working, they could bring computers for everybody and have it on a separate computers.
Do that in the first.
I guess they want to see,
I'm asking them again.
yeah, like, how bad it was gonna be, I don't know.
That's not a good practice. That's not good practice.
Yeah. Because I'm like, I told him, I said, y'all sending that to me in advance, does nothing.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at this in advance, like, y'all don't pay me enough for that. I said, you might, because you might have to recuse yourself.
That's the only time I do it. I
Yeah.
guess we're gonna see about it. If I know anybody.
Yeah.
I'm kidding myself when you come up here.
Run away.
Oh, she's, whole new chair. Okay, can we take our seats? We're trying to get through here before we roll into the 25th.
Just go fast. So,
Wait, hold on.
oh,
I just wanted you to get back in your seats.
fair enough.
Okay, go ahead.
100 Galloway Road is located on the east side of Galloway Road, approximately 650 feet south of West Broad Street. It's part of the Westland Area Commission, and the existing zoning is CAC Community Activity Center District. The approximately 4.5 acre site is currently undeveloped. Surrounding uses include an independent living facility to the north, single unit dwelling to the south, Westland High School to the east, and a fuel station to the west. The applicant proposes to expand the independent living facility to the north with a second building on this subject parcel. The applicant is requesting a variance to increase the maximum building setback from 25 feet to 110 feet, reduce the length of the facade required within the facade zone from 60% to 35%, and reduce the number of bicycle parking spaces from 48 to 10. Staff notes the proposal is located within a Title 34 district. Accordingly, to maintain alignment with the policy direction established by City Council to promote walkable and mixed-use development, staff applies a higher level of scrutiny to variance and rezoning requests in these areas in addition to land use plan and design guidelines. Staff notes the proposed site plan is consistent with Columbus citywide planning policies, C2P2 design guidelines regarding protection of natural resources and the stream corridor. Staff further notes the proposed building elevations are also consistent with the Westland Area Plan and Columbus Citywide Planning Policies Design Guidelines. All Division of Traffic Management comments have been resolved for this proposal. It will be a condition that traffic has requested. We will cover that at the conditions sections. And the Westland Area Commission has recommended disapproval, however, of the requested variances, voting an even 4-4, which automatically results in a disapproval. City Department's recommendation, however, is that of approval. Staff recommends approval as the proposal aligns with the area plan recommendations and C2P2 design guidelines, and the shape and layout of the parcel do pose a unique hardship to the proposed development. Staff conditioned the recommendation of approval for the bicycle parking on the following. However, the following conditions have been recommended. The applicant shall commit to the stamped elevations, as you see here. And again, that bicycle parking area will be conditioned upon the fact that it will be covered. That is the recommendation from traffic.
What would be covered?
The bicycle parking area.
The 10
Correct. The reduction to 10
and
will be
covered.
mitigated by the fact that it's covered.
Okay, you didn't have that in there, but you're adding that.
That was it was a later addition.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, can you state your name, whether
Yep.
you've been sworn in?
Good evening. Matt Beerline, Development Council for National Church Residences, and I have been sworn in.
Okay. Do you agree with the condition of the bicycle spaces being covered?
I do, and we've had a little bit of back and forth with traffic on what that will look like.
Okay. Okay, so then other than that, we can talk about the setback. It seems pretty significant, so you can talk to us about why that is.
Sure. If it'd be possible to just bring up the site boundary. So our site makeup is a bit of a square peg, and Title 34 is the proverbial round hole. We have about 140 feet of effective frontage when you factor in the incursion of a stream corridor protection zone. And that's against a site that's 500 feet in depth, 516, I believe, and a little over 500 feet for the rear yard. And Title 34 is really oriented towards pushing towards the front of a property and engagement with the streetscape. And we just don't have a site that is set up to accommodate that goal. And so really the makeup of the property represents a practical difficulty that would impede our ability to effectively develop.
Because the frontage is Galloway Road, is what you're
The
saying?
frontage is Galloway Road, correct. And, additionally, we had worked with traffic. Traffic wanted us to orient our driveway as near as possible to be directly across from the Sheets driveway, which is the other side, the west side of Galloway Road. As you can see there, it runs into an existing culvert with that stream corridor protection zone. And that is also a jurisdictional stream. So that is federal waters. And so we worked with traffic to get it as close as we could without really needing to trigger significant activity and additional expenditures to deal with the stream corridor protection zone and the jurisdictional waters.
Okay. Where's your other location? Where's your other property?
It is that vacant lot right there.
Oh, that, okay.
Yeah. And that has 92 units, 4-story building. This will be 96 units in a 4-story building.
Okay.
So similar intensity of the construction.
Okay. Other questions? Is there anybody here that wants to speak about this application? Okay. So let's go through the factors here. The property in question would not be able to yield a reasonable return without these variances because of the setup of the lot and the frontage being on Galloway Road.
I do have
Go ahead.
what was the discussion at the area commission that it was split in such the way that it was?
So we had 3 meetings with Westland, 1 with the zoning committee and then 2 with the area commission as a whole. At the zoning committee, there was extensive discussion of the variances themselves, and they had received a favorable view from the zoning committee. At the full Westland area commission, there was very little discussion of the variances. As Dane is passing out, these are materials. We had gone to the first meeting, and the line of conversation centered around whether the sidewalk would connect to Clover One. There was confusion around whether there was a center turn aisle that would, allow for freer flow of traffic or not. So traffic was a question. Stormwater was raised, and then privacy as it relates to the property to the south, which is a single-family home. And so those were the issues for discussion at the Westland Area Commission. We provided that packet of materials you have in front of you in response to address each one of those considerations. And the second meeting talked through what we had presented. Again, there wasn't very much discussion of the variances. And, you know, my conjecture is that the sentiment was, we don't want traffic, and we don't really want the development, as opposed to specific opposition to the variances.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, property, the variances, not substantial when you consider the setup, of the lot. The character of the neighborhood would not be substantially altered. This is the CAC district. The governmental services not adversely affected. The knowledge of the zoning restriction seems like there was knowledge and there was several back and forths to fit the property, fit the building on the property in alignment with other things going on across the street and where entrances were requested to be placed. The owner could not feasibly obviate the situation other than these variances, but I do think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variances. Are we ready to call the question with the two conditions, which are that the site plan be stamped, the elevations, and that the bicycle parking would be covered?
Call the question with the conditions.
Ms. Egelhoff?
I agree with the chair's analysis and vote in favor of the variance.
Mr. Jones?
Did you say me? I agree with the chair's assessment and would further add that I feel that every intention was made to adhere to and be supportive of Title 34 in this process. And with that, I vote yes.
Mr. Maleka?
I concur with the chair and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey?
Yes, variance is granted.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 2482 and 2488 Deming Avenue.
Twenty-four 82 and 2488 Deming Avenue, located on the east side of Deming Avenue, approximately 85 feet south of East Tompkins Street, is zoned R2F residential and part of the University Area Commission. The site is developed with two single-unit dwellings and a detached garage. Surrounding uses are a mix of single and multi-unit dwelling. The applicant proposes to split the lot into 3 parcels and construct a 2-unit dwelling on the northern parcel. Variances are being requested to reduce the required lot width from 50 feet to 36.5 feet for 2482 Deming Avenue and for 2484 Deming Avenue, and from 50 feet to 32.6 feet for 2486 and 2488 Deming Avenue. I'm not going to read all these variances. Several variances related to university area. The rear yard, maximum lot coverage, maximum floor to area ratio, and R2F area district requirements. Division of Planning has no comments. The Division of Traffic Management requests a condition that no driveway shall be permitted to access Deming Avenue. The University Area Commission recommends approval with a vote of 11-1. Staff can recommend approval as the requested variances are limited in scope, consistent with the intent of the zoning code, and represent a reasonable use of the property. The proposal will not result in a substantial detriment to adjacent properties or to the public good. Additionally, the University Area Commission has issued a certificate of appropriateness for this project. And we're asking the condition that no driveway shall be permitted to access Deming Avenue.
State the condition again.
No driveway should be, they can't access Deming Avenue from a driveway. The original proposal had a driveway that went into Deming Avenue, and we don't want that.
Okay.
Can you pull up the site plan? Proposed. Yeah, thank you.
No, that might be old.
It's the current.
What?
Can you state your name and whether or not you were sworn in? Okay, can you raise your right hand? You promise that the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, nothing but the truth. Please state I do. Okay, when was this property purchased by the owner?
Is that better? Okay. I am not sure. 6 months to a year ago, maybe?
It seems like an intense it seems like an intense lot split. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, so on the existing site, there's a house at the front, a house at the back, and a detached garage. So it already has 3 structures on what is a single lot. It's an odd condition to have 3 different structures on a lot. So the owner is trying to make a little bit more sense of the property and to be able to sell it as individual parcels. So he wants to split the 2 existing houses so they each have their own parcel. And then that would leave this detached garage, and he wants to construct a new duplex at the vacant portion of that site.
Can you pull up, like, tell me about the surrounding areas and what those lots look like and houses look like? I'm asking you to describe or.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty dense area. I mean, you know, there is some open space, but it is a very urban, you know, houses on, you know, these just shy of 40 feet lots that march along. They typically have, you know, a building at the front and a building at the back. Whether they're split or not, I'm not sure, but you can see there is some open areas, but it is a pretty dense urban area.
And which one of these lots is gonna be fronting onto the alley? Walk me through that.
So it's a single story house it's existing. So 3 of these structures are existing. We're proposing to build 1 new structure. Yeah, that one.
This one's fronting on the alley.
But is that a house right there already fronting on the alley, or that's just a structure
That's a house.
Okay.
So that house was built in 1900. That was the original house. And then in 1920, they built the house that actually fronts onto Deming. And then in 1960 or 70, they built the 2-car garage.
So is there any other houses that front onto that alley?
Not on that street width, but across the street, there is. So the porch already faces the alley. It's already kind of an existing
You're basically, you're splitting a lot and you're gonna have 2 residential structures on 1 parcel, which they already exist, right?
It's a 3-way lot split. So each house would get its own property. So he can sell each individual house with its own individual property. That's what the owner's trying to do.
The lot at the top left corner, you're shrinking it basically. You're gonna create a half of a,
Mm-hmm.
oh,
So it's a double lot. And so we're proposing to, you know, take it back to its normal width.
But you're taking it to a triple lot.
Only the 2 existing structures, not, so the part that has the vacant area, it's a new duplex with the existing garage. And then the 2 existing houses, so that it makes sense to sell them as individual properties, he wants to split those so they each have their own property.
like a bit too much.
So where is the parking for that house that fronts the alley? Where do they park?
So that they have an existing parking already on the side of the house. There's 2 parking spaces on the side of that house. That's existing.
And then, so is that what I see, two parking spaces on the other house in the front, right there?
This is what we're saying no to.
Yeah, so it fits on the site. It's just, nobody wants the curb cut.
Wait, what? Oh, the curb cut, gotcha. So how do you have a curb cut in the, oh, because it's an alley, so you don't have a curb.
Mm-hmm.
So are we kind of sidestepping? Hmm. Nothing, I was just kind of talking to myself. So you're saying no to the curb cut, so then it'd just be street parking?
Yep.
Ton. The original house you said was built in like 1900s.
Yeah, that's the one that fronts onto the alley, actually.
Is that currently being lived in? Like, is it
Yes.
inhabitable? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if we didn't allow the two parking spaces for the house on Deming, then where would those people park?
So they would have to park on the street.
And is there street parking already on that street? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What was the conversation at the area commission?
They were really supportive. They didn't really have any negative things to say.
So you have a garage behind the new 2-unit,
Correct.
but not attached to it because it's not theirs. Who's the parking for in that garage?
The garage goes with the duplex.
So why are you splitting the parcel?
Then she's not on that side.
I
She's
thought-
one.
So the one on the left, that's one single parcel.
So one.
So it has the garage and the duplex.
Split the two existing houses.
I gotcha.
But you don't have enough parking for the duplex.
Correct. We're asking to go from 4 to 2.
On Deming or back alley?
The duplex faces onto Deming. And the existing garage faces onto the alley.
But it's going to support.
But it is
The duplex.
Okay.
It's a weird situation. That's why he's trying to make sense of it. And if he can parcel it out, then it just makes more sense.
Building a duplex, keeping everything else as it is.
Correct. Everything's being renovated.
Well, they're trying to add parking.
So why do you have to split the lot on the right at all?
Just so he's going to rent the duplex, but he's planning on fixing up those houses and then selling them. And it just makes more sense, instead of someone buying one property with 2 houses on it, to be able to sell them as individual properties.
And those houses already have separate addresses?
Mm-hmm.
And
The
what's
important thing is whether or not it's permitted by the code.
is the address what was the address of the house in the back?
2484 Deming.
Oh, it has a Deming address.
Mm.
And so you're going to change it to an alley address?
I don't think so.
Post office stuff.
Okay.
I know it's kind of a lot to make sense of.
Is anybody here wants to speak about this application? No. Right. I'm not in, I think it's too intense. I don't want to go through Duncan factors because so I'll sway the.
You're okay.
Yeah, okay.
And so the variances, we're assuming that the split has occurred.
Yeah.
Microphone's not. I'm sorry. Assuming the split has occurred. And so.
Yeah, the variances are a lot specific. That's why I want to read them.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, it's
each
a
thing,
lot.
which lot is going to which and.
So it's kind of.
It's an odd situation with multiple structures on, on a parcel.
Go through the factors. And I'll disagree or be persuaded by,
my verbiage.
yeah.
Well, is there any consideration of Mr. Welderly being here at a future meeting?
What is it? Oh, no. Well, what do you mean?
It seems like a close vote to me.
He wouldn't help me sway a decision.
No, I'm saying if
Close vote.
Oh,
Jones and Palmer Bailey are no's, you've got a 2-2 vote, but if
You
you have a full
understand that?
board and
Oh.
Welderly attends,
It has to be, is it 3-1?
you need 3 votes
Okay.
for the variances to be approved.
so do you want to?
If we take the vote and if you get a no, then in order for us to rehear, you have to have a substantial change in facts. If you table it, then you can bring the same thing back when we have all 5 people and you have a chance of getting 3 out of 5 instead of 3 out of 4.
Okay. Okay. I think the client may want a table just to be safe, right? I don't want to be the one that makes the decision and
Right.
fails. So,
right.
so
Okay.
yeah, let's table.
Okay, is anyone here opposed to a tabling? Do we have a motion?
Motion to table?
Second. Please call the roll.
Real quick, before you call the roll, just want to make you aware, there is a tabling fee that you would have to pay.
Okay.
I forget.
You have to pay it though.
Yeah.
It's,
Well, per.
I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Development Commission's 300, so not more than that.
It used to be over $600, I thought.
I thought it was 600 on the dot.
Ow.
Huh?
Oh.
It's probably
Everybody's been sworn,
depends on
so
the
we don't
use
need to-
commercial versus residential.
Somewhere.
Depends on the use.
Yeah, it's a residential, yeah. So just want to make you aware of that.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Appreciate that.
Okay, let's call the roll on tabling.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Maleka,
Yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
Yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, table. Thank you.
Thank you. See you sometime.
Uh-huh. 2625 Winchester Pike.
2625 Winchester Pike is located on the northeast corner of Refugee Road and Winchester Pike. It's part of the Mideast Area Commission and existing zoning is C4 Commercial District. The 0.49 acre site is currently developed with a labor union hall. Surrounding uses include offices to the north and east and the Refugee Road to US Route 33 interchange to the south and west. The applicant proposes to expand the existing parking lot and is requesting variances to reduce the parking setback from 10 feet to 5 feet, reduce the number of shade trees for a parking lot from 6 to 3, and not landscape the area between the parking setback and the right-of-way. Planning staff notes that the revised site plan shows landscaping screening, the proposed parking area, as well as 3 additional trees on the site, mitigating the loss of the 3 parking lot shade trees resulting from the variance. As such, planning is supportive of the request. The Division of Traffic Management has indicated that the ADA parking spaces will need to meet the requirements of the Department of Public Service accessible parking space specifications. A right-of-way dedication exception request has been filed for this property as well. The Mideast Area Commission has recommended approval of the recommendation, voting 13-0 in favor, and the City Department's recommendation is likewise that of approval. Staff recommends approval of the requested variances as the proposed development is consistent with the surrounding development pattern, and the reduction in parking lot shade trees is mitigated by the inclusion of increased landscaping elsewhere on the site. We do recommend the following conditions: that the applicant shall commit to the stamped landscaping provided in the stamped site plan. Chair.
Okay, please state your names and whether or not you were sworn in.
Joe Clace with Plan for Land, and I was sworn in.
Okay.
Bob McCaskill. And what else did you need?
Were you sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it sounds like you're trying to build a bigger parking lot. Is that correct?
Correct. This use has been in existence, Madam Chair. This use has been in existence prior. They purchased this additional property for the interest of adding additional parking. It's an island completely surrounded by right of way on all sides. They bought the last remaining land, so I know one of your Duncan versus Middlefield factor, there's no other opportunities here to add parking to this use. We worked with them to identify with staff and really appreciate staff support. We've modified the request since original submittal from 1 foot to a 5 foot setback, trying to get as close to what the code requires. With frontage on both roadways, the 10 foot's a pretty substantial impact on this property as far as what can fit. The parking that's being proposed will be compliant in space and size and location and circulation, other than the requested setback. And we did agree and agree to the condition that's imposed for additional screening, indicated a row of hedges to make sure that it was appropriately screened. As far as the layout, any more setback will reduce the number of spots and use on the property. They're looking to use this for larger training events and for larger events that are on site on occasion. So part of our argument was it's not substantial because this parking lot's not going to be full on a day-to-day basis. It's mainly going to be used when they have larger events on site. We did work with the area commission, and the fence is fairly new that's been installed around there. Part of the interest is to preserve that fence at the edge of the right of way. So we had a request that's simultaneously being reviewed for making sure that we don't have to dedicate additional right of way and move the fence. But with the request, we'll have 5 foot in there for additional landscaping.
And where's the landscaping going?
Yeah, so it doesn't show on that exhibit, but it does on the last one we submitted. So the landscaping will be in between the parking and the road right of way, and on the inside of the fence on their side. Yeah, so there's a row of shrubs in there.
Okay, all the way around.
Yeah, there's quite a number of them. And then the reason for the islands is it's not really noticeable from the road. If there's 3 more trees isolated for maintenance of the lot, it's going to be a lot easier for them to clear and maintain the lot. So the 3 trees that are being provided are in the most visible spot on the property. And they do have a substantial amount of vegetation on the backside of the property that they're retaining. But we didn't feel like the additional landscaping trees were going to add considerable value. The shrubs are going to be more noticeable. And it's extensive right away on the 2 sides. So just to say, even the side that faces onto Winchester Pike, it's got a substantial setback there off the edge of the pavement. It's a lot more noticeable on the Refugee Road side and obviously on the State Route side.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Didn't have anything else to add. We appreciate staff support and here to answer any questions you guys might have.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any questions from the board? Okay, is there anybody here that wants to talk about this application?
I have another question.
Go ahead.
Correction for 70 and 33 around there.
I'm not aware of anything that impacts this site unless staff is.
Maybe it's further north.
Yeah. This site was recommended in the zone-in plan for a pretty heavy use. So as far as redevelopment potential, I think I read 6 stories under the recommendations for what's being planned for the site, but I didn't see anything as far as a thoroughfare recommendation. This was part of a pretty heavy overlay that was being recommended in the area plan.
No more questions? Okay. Property in question needs to have the variance to operate as for the increased parking that they need for the building. I don't think the variance is substantial. Appreciate hearing the applicant's efforts to come as close as they could to the city's requirements. The essential care to the neighborhood would not be substantially altered. There is other large parking lots right across the street from their facility. And governmental services not adversely affected. The owner sounds like they purchased the property knowing about these restrictions, but also did not have any other way to increase parking but through the purchase of this lot. And thus no other feasible way to obviate the problems. I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement will be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variances with the condition that the landscaping provided in the stamped site plan be performed. Are we ready to call the question?
I'll call the question with the conditions.
Mr. Malika,
Concur with the chair's assessment, vote yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I concur with the chair's assessment and vote yes.
Mr. Jones,
I agree with the chair's assessment and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, variance is granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 787 and 791 Bassett Avenue.
787 and 791 Bassett Avenue are located on the northwest corner of Bassett Avenue and Bliss Street, zoned R3 residential and located in the North Central Area Commission. The two lots have a combined lot area of 0.12 acres and are currently undeveloped. Surrounding uses include single-unit residential and undeveloped lots to the north, west, and east, a warehouse to the south, and a mechanic further to the northwest. The applicant proposes to construct two new single-unit dwellings and is requesting variances to allow a car to be parked within 10 feet of the right-of-way line for both lots, to reduce the width of the garage opening from 9 feet to 8 feet for both lots, and to reduce the 30 by 30 clear vision triangle to 13.5 by 13.5 for 787 Bassett Avenue. Planning has no comments on the requested variances. According to the Division of Traffic Management, the requested variances to 3312.05 do not appear to adversely impact intersection site distance or site distance for adjacent driveways. With a proposed separation between driveways in excess of 18 feet, a parked automobile in either driveway would be unlikely to obstruct sight lines between an automobile backing out of the other driveway and a person operating a personal assistive mobility device or a children's non-motorized vehicle within the sidewalk along Bassett Avenue. With the proposed building construction, the applicant shall construct sidewalk along the Bassett Avenue and Bliss Avenue frontages of the site where existing sidewalks do not presently exist or does not meet the minimum standards defined in the Columbus City Code Section 905.07. The North Central Area Commission recommends approval of the requested variances by a vote of 7-0. Staff recommends approval of the requested variances. The applicant has worked with the Division of Traffic Management to reorganize the proposed parking to remove a parking setback variance from the southern parcel, which also increased the vision triangle provided. The requested variances are minimal and will allow the applicant to provide the necessary parking on site. We are requesting the condition that with the proposed building construction, the applicant shall construct sidewalk along Bassett Avenue and Bliss Avenue frontages of the site where existing sidewalk does not presently exist or does not meet the minimum standards defined in the Columbus City Code Sections 905.07.
Okay, can you state your name and whether or not you were sworn in?
Ibrahim Omar.
Okay. Do you have anything that you want to add to what we know about the application?
These lots from City of Columbus, Slam Bank, we build affordable houses. The house like 3-bedroom, 2.5 baths, around 1,400 square feet, 1-car garage attached. Very simple.
Okay. Are you in agreement with the condition that you build the sidewalk on Bassett Avenue and Bliss Avenue?
Yes, continue from north to south, yeah.
Okay. I'm inclined to listen to what traffic management says about vision clearance, and so that's really the gist of the variances. I see this write-up, so unless you have anything else to add.
Yeah, unless you have any further questions.
Is there anybody here that wants to speak about this application? Okay. No questions from the board? Okay, the property in question is going to be split. Thus, I think that it could yield a reasonable return without that variance. But for all intents and purposes, they're meeting all of the city requirements, even with the lot split, except for these vision clearance requests. And so the traffic department has indicated that there's not creating a safety issue with those. And so I don't see these variances being substantial. The essential character of the neighborhood would not be substantially altered as lot sizes of lots of this size are consistent in that neighborhood. The variance would not adversely affect delivery of governmental services. The property owner got these from the land bank, and so presumably had knowledge of the zoning restriction, and therefore they're here requesting this before they take action on the land. But there is no other way to get these houses built except for to allow these vision clearances to exist. I believe the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement will be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variances. Are you ready to call the question with the condition?
I'll call the question with the conditions.
Ms. Egelhoff?
I agree with the chair's analysis of the Duncan factor. Yes.
Mr. Jones?
I too agree and vote yes.
Mr. Maleka?
I agree as well. Vote yes.
Chair Power Bailey?
Yes. Variance is granted, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
7477 Altaview Boulevard.
Seventy-four 77 Altaview Boulevard is located on the west side of Altaview Boulevard, approximately 325 feet south of Worthington Woods Boulevard. It's part of the Far North Columbus Communities Coalition and existing zoning's M2 manufacturing district. The 2.12 acre site is currently developed with an office building. Surrounding uses include similar offices and warehouses to the north, south, east, and west. The applicant proposes to install an 8-foot security fence. The applicant is requesting a variance to reduce the building setback from 50 feet to 28 feet to allow the installation of said fence as proposed. Planning is supportive of the requested variance, which will then allow for the installation of a new fence at the site. Staff note that the new fence will replace a similar existing fence currently placed at the site. Far North Area Plan states that screening should consist of structures and/or landscaping that is at least a minimum height of 6 feet and has 90% opacity. Staff note the proposed fence is consistent with this guideline. Planning is supportive of the requested variance regarding the building setback to allow for the installation of the new fence at the site. Staff note that this area is under consideration for an updated land use recommendation and corresponding zoning as part of zone and economic and housing opportunity. The draft generalized land use recommendation is that of industrial and warehouse. The Division of Traffic Management has no comments, and the Far North Columbus Communities Coalition has recommended approval of the requested variances, voting 8-0 in favor. City Department's recommendation is likewise that of approval. Staff recommends approval of the requested variances as the proposed fence incorporates a high level of aesthetic design and is congruent with the surrounding development pattern. Chair.
And they don't have to have a special variance to build an 8-foot security fence?
So it's just the fact that we would consider this a structure since it is over 6 feet. So it's a variance to the building line setback.
Gotcha. Okay, that helps me. Okay, can you state your name, whether or not you were sworn in?
Rebecca Mott with the Plank Law Firm, 411 East Town Street, Columbus, Ohio. And yes, I've been sworn.
Okay. Tell us about the need for the structure.
Yes, this is a T-Mobile site and it's a critical infrastructure property, and they are replacing all of their fences on all of these critical sites. And this is going to avoid any intrusions or theft to the property. So I have a picture of the fence they intend to construct.
Is it in the same place that is already existing?
It's going to be in the very same place as the existing fence. And we can't move it over to the west anymore because there's a parking lot. And those parking spaces actually are in front of the building setback line as well. So that's the other variance we need. So both of the fence and the parking would be at 28 feet versus the 50 feet that's required under code.
So why, you had to come here because you're building a new structure?
A new structure that's in front of the building setback line of 50 feet.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because it sounds like this is a pre-existing condition.
Right, it is.
Okay. Is anybody here to speak about this application? Does the board have any other questions? Okay. So the property in question sounds like this has been existing with this security fence. This is just a replacement. Therefore, I don't think this is a substantial request, nor would the character of the neighborhoods be substantially altered or the delivery of governmental services be adversely affected. The property owner had knowledge of this zoning restriction, and they've worked to operate under such. But I think that they had to come here and get this variance in order to redo the fence. I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance, since this was previously allowed and the operator owner has been compliant. Are we ready to call the question? No conditions.
I'll call the question.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Jones,
I concur with the chair's assessment and vote yes.
Mr. Maleka,
I concur with the chair as well. Vote yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I concur with the chair and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, variance is granted.
Thank you.
Thanks. 2013 to 2019 East Fifth Avenue. No one is moving. Oh, okay.
BZA 25-128, 2013 through 2019 East Fifth Avenue. It's located on the southwest corner of East Fifth Avenue and Burtnell Avenue. It is part of the North Central Area Commission and zoned R4 residential. The site is undeveloped. Surrounding uses are residential to the east, west, and south, with an undeveloped parcel to the north. The applicant proposes to construct 2 3-unit dwellings on separate parcels. Variances are being requested to reduce the lot width on the western parcel from 50 feet to 42 feet, to reduce the lot area on the western parcel from 75,000 square feet to 5,040 square feet, and to reduce the required parking from 12 to 6, 3 spaces per parcel. With the inclusion of elevations and the recent addition of landscaping buffer, planning is supportive of the requested variances. The Division of Traffic Management would be supportive of the proposal on the condition that the alley and the alley approach be constructed to the west property line of the development in accordance with standard drawings 2150 and 2151. After 2 tablings, no recommendation has been made from the North Central Area Commission, and the applicant requested BZA consideration without Area Commission recommendation. Staff can recommend approval on the following condition: that the alley and alley approach be constructed to the west property line of the development in accordance with standard drawings 2150 and 2151. Chair.
Can you state your name and whether or not you were sworn in?
Gary Dunn, and yes, I was.
So tell us about the area commission.
Well, my story starts back in November. I have done several zonings in Columbus and
November of 2025.
2025, yes, yeah. So not that long ago, but I misinterpreted what I was supposed to do with respect to submitting to the Shepherd community prior to the submittal to the North Central Area Commission. I attended the North Central Area Commission zoning meeting, and while they were basically supportive of what we were doing, they didn't vote because we had not gone to the Shepherd community. My client, Cephas Pearson, the developer of this property, then met with the Shepherd community, explained what we were doing, and left that meeting with their comment that they would be supportive of the project. And so we moved forward to the next, to the actual North Central Area Commission meeting. And when we got there, we learned that they were not happy about that, and that they had not issued any support. Shepherd had not issued any support of our application. So we requested the tabling at that point in time. We then met with the Shepherd community. They had some concerns. We discussed them at length in the meeting. Their concerns centered around two areas of concern. One, they had walked the site and they felt that our buildings would not fit on the site. Now, they misinterpreted and didn't didn't measure things correctly. And finally, at the end of the meeting, I was able to convince them that we, in fact, our buildings would fit on the site and there was no issue with that. Their other concern was parking. We discussed that at length with them. We discussed a possible alternative on the interior lot, the lot to the left, to the west of this property, that we could conceivably get a fourth parking space. I believe that we would need a variance because that parking space would be closer to the property line than your code allows. But I didn't amend our thing because we met again with them in private, or not in private, in public, but we met again with the Shepherd community, and they again said that they were supportive of our modifications. And I showed them some modified parking, and they were very happy with that. And so we attended the next North Central Area Commission meeting to find out, and we were told at that Shepherd community meeting that we would be on the agenda for the North Central Area Commission. So we showed up at that commission meeting and we're told that we were not on the agenda again, and that Shepherd community felt that we needed to request a traffic study for this site. And so we weren't even on the agenda, so it didn't even get voted on. It wasn't tabled, it didn't get voted on. Or it wasn't on the agenda to be addressed.
So the Shepherd community was giving their support contingent on you adding another space that is not shown on here, or?
At the meeting, the separate meeting with only a couple of the members of Shepherd community, the chairman and the vice president, we showed them an alternate parking plan
But that's different than this.
that showed on the west, the lot to the west of this, a fourth parking spot. Because we had enough width there to get a fourth spot. Here with the clear vision, we didn't have enough room for a fourth spot. I did do a drawing that shifted those three to the left, and we could conceivably get some small car parking on the site. But of course, small car parking isn't within the, you're allowed to do it, but it doesn't satisfy the parking requirement. I didn't do any of those things because after that meeting with those two individuals who said they would now support our doing that, we proceeded to the meeting for North Central Commission and weren't even on the agenda, even though we had been told we would be. So we would still be willing to add a fourth parking spot as long as it could meet code requirements. We could get 4 9x18 parking spots on the west property. On this property, we could shift that parking to the west and get some additional small car parking that wouldn't comply with the 9x18. But again, I didn't prepare those drawings because we weren't even in front of them.
Let me ask this, is there anybody from the area commission here tonight? Okay. Board members, thoughts?
Well, no, just looking at the site plan, I mean, so even this one, I think we were just talking to traffic. I think you could get 4 on each site. You might have a side yard variance with the parking being on the side at that point, but you could get 4 and not impede into the vision triangle if you shove that, again, the parking over towards the vision triangle. So that's
and we're sensitive. We're not opposed to adding the extra parking at all. It just.
Yeah, and sorry, Mr. Millick, one item, I think there may be a parking setback variance, at least on the Brentnell frontage, basically, that would be under consideration on
that side.
On the
There
east
is,
side of that site.
excuse me for a minute, there is a subsequent drawing that shows landscaping screening the parking. I know I submitted that, but we were aware that we needed to screen the parking from Brittenell.
But I assume we would need to see a drawing of that and then have additional variances if those are asked for.
Yeah, I think that as submitted, I'm inclined to say this is a significant reduction in parking. I mean, you're going to 2 3-unit dwellings. That seems like a significant increase in traffic and density. And I think having the 2 additional parking spaces to go from 12 to 8 just sits better. I totally understand your frustration with the commission and the communities and yeah. So I'm not inclined to reject the proposal, but I think if you can get the additional spaces and we can see the drawings and then whatever other variances are required because of that placement of the parking spots, I think that might be a better path forward. I'm just one person.
And is that not something that we can agree in substance to?
No, we have to see it and we have to send out the notices so that your neighbors can see. Unfortunately, you would have to go back to the commission and their process, right? To the community and then the zoning and then the. But but you sound like you got their approval. They just need to do the things to, dot the i's and cross the t's.
Well, again,
I don't think I would
felt very
hold
comfortable.
you I don't think I would hold you on a vote if you came back and testified that you did go through the steps.
Okay. Well, I think I'm hearing you say that at least part of the commission is inclined to decline if we we're asking for a reduction of 6 parking.
Yeah, I don't think you would have the 3 yes votes tonight.
Yeah, and just remember, we are down now to 3 members, so we need 3 votes
Right.
to get approval
I'd
tonight.
be willing to serve on the commission if.
I like to think, sir.
No, then I would respectfully request that we table.
Okay. Okay. Is anybody opposed to a tabling request on this application? Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion to table.
Seconded, I'm assuming that's a second.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Maleka,
Yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
Yes.
Chair Pound Bailey.
Yes. Okay, we'll see you soon, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones left.
Yeah, he had to leave. Yes, there's 3, we're down to 3 voting members, so do with that information as you will. 3570 O'Donnell Court.
$3570 O'Donnell Court is located at the southwest corner of Bonnie Court and Demarest Road. It's zoned ARLD, Apartment Residential Low Density, and it's located in the Greater Hilltop Area Commission. The 8-acre site is developed with a mixed-use development, which includes multi-unit residential and a child daycare center. Surrounding uses include multi-unit residential to the north, south, and east, single-unit residential to the east and west, and a gas station further to the north. The applicant proposes to bring a previously constructed early learning center into compliance and is requesting variance to reduce the building line from 40 feet to 35 feet from Demarest Road for the early learning center building, to 5 feet from Demarest Road for the dumpster enclosure, from 25 feet to 0 feet from Bonnie Court for the water meter / backflow enclosure, and to 18 feet from Bonnie Court for the dumpster enclosure. This property was the subject of CV 20-051, which allows a child daycare center in an ARLD district to not provide interior parking lot landscaping, a reduction in number of parking spaces required, a building line reduction for dumpster screening, and a reduction in the perimeter yard to provide additional parking. Planning is supportive of the requested variances intended to bring the previously constructed early learning center into code compliance. The existing site plan is consistent with C2P2 design guidelines. C2P2 states that consideration for reduced setbacks should be given for commercial buildings in suburban areas where parking and circulation are placed behind the principal structure. Staff note that the existing parking at the site is consistent with this guideline, therefore planning is fully supportive of the requested variances. Staff note that this area is under consideration for an updated land use recommendation and corresponding zoning as part of zoning economic and housing opportunity. The draft generalized land use recommendation is mixed use 1. The Division of Traffic Management has no comments on this request. The Greater Hilltop Area Commission recommends approval of the request by a vote of 15-0. Staff recommends approval of the request as it will bring a recently constructed development into compliance. The proposal received necessary variances through the council variance process, but the as-built survey shows a slight discrepancy in what was constructed compared to the variances approved. The requested variances will allow site elements to be properly located so that they can be maintained, the water meter and / backflow enclosure, and properly access the dumpster enclosure.
Sorry, Stephen, I in your recitals, I didn't catch why all these things weren't met at the beginning of the construction.
I can let the applicants
Oh.
expand on that.
Okay, can you state your name for the record and why you were sworn, and if you were sworn?
Mark Larimer, I think I missed the swearing.
Okay. What about you, sir?
Chris Belcastro, and I was sworn in.
Okay, can you raise your hand? You promise that the testimony you give tonight is the truth and nothing but the truth. Please state I do.
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So the elements were shown in their present location on the original BZA application. In general, they got shifted a little bit. It's a kind of a busy area where the dumpster enclosure is going. And in order to fit all the elements together, it was shifted slightly and ended up a foot short of where it was. Unfortunately, when we wrote the original zoning language, I think staff wanted it to be the exact measurement and didn't offer any play for construction tolerance or adjustment. Unfortunately, in discussion with them, they said the only remedy is to come back before the board. The other elements of this were the dumpster or the meter enclosure, which was constructed at about the time they started considering that a structure and making it subject to variance. So it was not in the original variance list, and we wanted to include it just to clean that up as it's required at this time. And the last element was the building setback line, which was in the original application of our previous BZA. Somewhere in the language edits during the process that dropped out, and it only listed the dumpster clearance as the setback. And to make it clear that that includes the building line, we put that back into this request.
Okay, so tell me then, if you were coming here to request, why would we allow you to move the location of the dumpster from 40 feet to 35 feet and to 5 feet on Demarest Road? Because we don't just allow you to do something because you did it. Why did you do it?
It was adjusted during construction.
Right,
It
but
was not
why?
an intentional.
Right, but why did you adjust it during construction? Give us a reason for us to say.
I believe
this
it
is
was
allowed.
adjusted because there's an electric, that corner has the meter and then an electric box and then the dumpster enclosure and just working that together.
Yeah, so as part of that, the road that goes down to the property is Vita Way. That's the only entrance into that half of the Post Oak community there. When we did the daycare building as a process of that through the HUD 221 D4 loan, we removed a building of 6 units to then add 2 ADA buildings and 8 more. But the primary path from the power came down off of Demarest Road from a pole underneath Vita Way. AEP actually located that transformer, which then where their undergrounds came to at that point shifted the way, because Vita comes at an angle around that, it shifted away that we had the dumpster enclosure coming in. So instead of going directly 90, and it actually kind of sits a little cockeyed, which then put that one corner slightly over the line. As you can tell, there's quite a bit of elevation between Demarest and Vita Way, and then it falls even further down to I think that's Big Darby Creek. But essentially, because of the size of the retaining walls and how that just everything fit in that little bit, along with the hot box, which the water service primary comes down Bonnie Court, which is owned by the city of Columbus, and where that turned in to feed the whole property wasn't shown exactly where it was. So our hot box enclosure got a little closer. The dumpster enclosure kind of had to shift. We tried to keep it within as what we could, but the retaining wall size kind of had to grow too, from 8-inch block to 12-inch block to hold back the amount of earth that was there. So kind of unforeseen field conditions. Then AEP sort of dumped the transformer on top for us.
Okay.
Guess I'd say it wasn't intentionally shift or intentionally violated.
Right.
It just happened.
Yeah. Okay. I'm satisfied with that response. Board members, do you have is there anybody here that wants to talk about this application? Okay, so the property in question, based on the applicant's testimony, this variance is to bring into compliance some changes in the lot and where things were placed because of some topography and retaining walls and electrical and things running through the land that they didn't have any control over. I don't think the variances are substantial. I don't think the essential character of the neighborhood is substantially altered, nor are governmental services adversely affected. The property owner sounds like did not have knowledge of these things when they were requesting clearance at first. And so now that they are aware that they were in violation, they are seeking to rectify the situation. I think that the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variances, as this is the true definition of a hardship. Are we ready to call the question?
I'll call the question.
Please call the roll.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I agree with the chair's analysis and vote in favor.
Mr. Malacca,
I agree as well.
Chair
Vote yes.
Bailey.
Yes, variance is granted. Thank you. 2435 Eakin Road.
Twenty-four 35 Eakin Road is located on the south side of Eakin Road, approximately 170 feet east of Swain Avenue. It is part of the Greater Hilltop Area Commission, and existing zoning is RR Rural Residential District. The 3.48 acre site is currently developed with a religious facility. Surrounding uses include Hiltonia Middle School to the north, multi-unit dwellings to the east, and single-unit dwellings to the west and south. The applicant proposes to convert an existing garage to a ministry space and is requesting a variance to reduce the number of required parking spaces from 135 to 114 to address the loss of the parking spaces within the garage. Planning is supportive of the requested variance. Columbus citywide planning policies, C2P2 design guidelines state that requests for parking reductions will be considered based on the presence of on-street parking, mixed-use development pattern of surrounding area, pedestrian accessibility, access to transit, extent of variance requested, size and nature of use, potential impact on adjacent residential uses, and provisions of pedestrian and bicycle facilities beyond that required by code. Due to the extent of the variance requested, while also noting that currently there are 114 parking spaces at the site today, planning is supportive of the requested reduction of required parking at the site. Staff note that this area is under consideration for an updated land use recommendation and corresponding zoning as part of zoning and economic housing opportunity. The draft generalized land use recommendation is that of mixed use 1. Staff recommend contacting zoning update at columbus.gov for additional information. Division of Traffic Management has indicated that a right-of-way dedication of 40 feet from the center line of Eakin Road will be required per Columbus City Code 4309.17. The Greater Hilltop Area Commission has recommended approval of the requested variances, voting 15-0 in favor, and the City Department's recommendation is likewise that of approval. Staff recommends approval as the parking reduction is mitigated by the fact that the additional assembly space will see peak use during times that the main assembly space will not be experiencing peak use. Chair.
Okay. Can you state your name and whether or not you're sworn in?
Timothy Scarberry, and I sworn in. Yeah.
Okay. So are you constructing anything new or are you just
No.
converting?
It's an existing structure.
Okay.
We're converting it to ministry space.
Okay.
And so when they will be meeting in that space is Sunday evenings when there's no main assembly. The main assembly is Sunday morning, and they will not be using that space on Sunday morning.
Okay. Okay. So you think the 114 spaces is sufficient for?
As of right now, it's like 3/4 full, maxed out right now, the
Okay.
parking.
Okay. Okay. No opposition from the area commission, looks like. Nothing from any
No.
neighbors or anything. Okay. Anybody here want to speak about this application? Do we have any questions from the board? Okay. I think the property in question, converting use, would not be able to do this without the variance because of the calculations requires more spaces. But pursuant to the property owner's testimony, they are underparked currently and don't think that the additional use would change that conclusion. Therefore, I don't think that the variance is substantial. I think the essential nature of the character would be substantially the same, and the delivery of governmental services not adversely affected. I think the property owner did not know that this change of use would be occurring, but there is no other way to get around this parking requirement but through a variance. I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement will be observed and substantial justice done by the granting of the variance, because there are already 114 spaces, and that does seem to fit the need. Are we ready to call the question? No conditions.
I'll call the question.
Mr. Malaka,
I concur with the chair and vote yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I concur with the chair and vote yes.
Chair Brown Bailey,
Yes. Variance granted.
Thank you.
Thank you. 1214 Yeager Street.
Twelve 14 Yeager Street is located at the northeast corner of Eastgate Street and Yeager Street. As part of the Columbus Southside Area Commission, and existing zoning is R2F Residential District. The 0.1 acre site is currently developed with a single unit dwelling. Surrounding uses include a mix of single unit and multi-unit dwellings to the north, south, east, and west. The applicant proposes to rebuild a detached garage that was previously destroyed in a fire. The applicant is requesting variances to reduce the building setback along Eastgate Street from 16.5 feet to 11 feet, reduce the building setback along Yeager Street from 6.7 feet to 5.9 feet, and reduce the vision clearance to 16.91 feet. Planning has no comment on the proposed variances, nor does the Division of Traffic Management. And the Columbus Southside Area Commission has recommended approval of the requested variances, voting 10-0 in favor. City Department's recommendation is likewise that of approval. Staff recommends approval of the requested variances as they are being requested to replace an existing garage that was damaged by fire. The resulting garage would also match the surrounding development pattern in terms of setbacks and vision clearance. Chair.
Okay, can you state your names and whether or not you were sworn in?
Juliet Bullock, and I've been sworn in.
Okay.
Kylie Davis, and I have not.
Okay, raise your right hand. You promise that the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, nothing but the truth. Please state I do.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Bullock, tell us about you're just replacing, nothing new.
Exactly. We're reusing the existing foundation. It's in an urban neighborhood. And it's actually a little bit unique that the house faces the alley and the garage faces the street. So that is the reason that these variances are triggered, but
Were you already in the vision clearance?
we're not in, yeah, no. Yeah, no, we're okay there.
I mean, you're requesting,
I requested a vision clearance, yes.
yeah, I'm saying, what was the existing structure already?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not moving it. We're using the existing foundation as is. It has quite a big right of way. And that's why the traffic said they didn't have an issue with it.
Okay, okay. Okay, your Southside Area Commission was in favor. No oppositions along the way?
I'm sorry.
No opposition along the way to getting the,
Everybody
okay,
was in favor.
okay. Anybody here that wants to speak about this application? Does the board have any questions? Okay. I think that the property in question is a replacement from replacement of a structure from a fire. And using the exact same footprint, I don't think that that creates substantial variances. These factors, these existing vision clearance and building lines were in existence before, and so we are just replicating what was already there. Does not adversely affect the delivery of government services, does not substantially alter the neighborhood. The predicament cannot be obviated other than through these variances. I am leaning on traffic management's assessment regarding the safety and the vision clearance. And therefore, I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting these variances. Are we ready to call the question with no conditions?
I'll call the question.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I agree with the chair's analysis and vote yes.
Mr. Maleka,
I concur with the chair and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, variance is granted.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
915 and 917 Miller Avenue. Hello.
915 and 917 Miller Avenue, located on the west side of Miller Avenue, approximately 40 feet south of East Sycamore Street, zoned R4 residential, and located in the Livingston Avenue Area Commission. The 0.1 acre site is currently undeveloped. Surrounding uses are residential with a mix of single and duplex units. The applicant proposes to construct a duplex and is requesting a variance to reduce the minimum number of off-street parking spaces from 4 to 3 spaces. Planning has no comments on the requested variance. Division of Traffic Management has no comments on the updated request. The Livingston Avenue Area Commission recommends approval with a vote of 7-0. And staff recommends approval of the request because it is very minor in nature and the applicant worked with staff to reduce the number of variances requested for this project. Furthermore, this property is located just south of Livingston Avenue, which is a bus route.
Okay. Can you state your name, whether or not you were sworn in?
Letha Pugh, and yes, I was sworn in.
Okay, going from 4 to 3 parking spaces. Not substantial? Where do you think the other person would park?
On the street.
On the
at
street?
front. Mhm.
Okay, and there's already street parking allowed
Yes.
there?
Yes.
Okay. Was it heard by the Livingston Area Commission? I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
I got it after we sent reports out. It was 7-0 in
Okay.
favor.
Perfect. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Is anybody here want to speak about this application? Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my. Okay. Applicant is proposing to construct a duplex when I think that, that's what's triggering the 4 spaces. The property is located in an area where there is on-street parking. So I don't think that the variance to go from 4 to 3 on-site parking is substantial. I don't think the central character of the neighborhood is substantially altered by putting one more car on the street. I don't think that affects delivery of governmental services. I don't think, I think the property owner probably had knowledge of these zoning restrictions, and that's why they're here before they actually do the construction. But I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance because it is not substantial. Are we ready to call the question with no conditions?
I'll call a question.
Mr. Malika,
I concur with the chair and vote yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I likewise concur with the chair and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, variance granted.
Thank you.
5020 North High Street.
Hmm. 5020 North High Street is located on the east side of North High Street, approximately 200 feet north of Leyland Avenue. It's zoned CAC, Community Activity Center. It's located in the Clintonville Area Commission. The 1.11 acre site is being developed with a dispensary. Surrounding uses include mixed use commercial to the north, west, and south, and multi-unit residential to the east, south, and further to the south and west. The applicant proposes to renovate the existing building and site for a dispensary. Variances are being requested to allow an existing drive aisle between the principal building and North High Street to remain, and to allow a dumpster enclosure to be located between the principal building and Arbor Village Drive. The existing drive aisle between the principal building and High Street, while existing, did not receive zoning clearance prior to Title 34's effective date, thus necessitating its Title 34 variance request. Planning is supportive of the proposal as presented. The Clintonville Neighborhood Plan states that screening plays an important role in minimizing the impact of commercial and manufacturing development on adjacent residential uses. Staff recognize that the site is existing and note that the dumpster enclosure is set behind the building and screened as such. Staff is supportive. The Division of Traffic Management informed the applicant that a right-of-way dedication of 50 feet from the center line of North High Street will be required, and that there were minor corrections required regarding the turnaround. All these comments have been resolved. The Clintonville Area Commission recommends approval of this request by a vote of 8-0 with 1 abstention. And staff recommends approval of this request as it will allow the existing turnaround to remain, which will help customers properly navigate the property as they are entering and or exiting the drive-through. The dumpster enclosure has been sited in an appropriate location, but the property has double frontage, which means there's no code compliant location for the dumpster.
Okay, can you state your names and whether you're sworn in?
Jeffrey L. Brown, attorney with Smith and Hale for the applicant. I've been sworn in.
Corey Collins, I have not.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, nothing but the truth? Please say it, I do.
I do.
Okay.
We're rehabbing this existing building. The driveway along High Street has been there for over 30 years, but never showed up on a site plan that the city has a record of. We want to keep that because the city is restricting our access. Curb cut to the south is a right and the curb cut out to the north is a right out. So maintaining that driveway will allow the circulation around the site. And as staff pointed out, we have a dumpster behind the building, but with this new code, we have 2 fronts and you can't have a dumpster in the front. So we are meeting the dumpster screening requirement and it's behind the building, but it's in front of the side street. And I think for the first time in my career, I actually have a true hardship because there's no legal place to put the dumpster on the site.
I don't think you want to admit that this is your first. Statute has
most
run on all
obvious
these
hardship.
Okay. Okay. So what's the significance of you saying the driveway was not showing up on any of
The
Columbus?
city bases code enforcement or any action on what they have on their file as opposed to what's on the site.
Gotcha.
So looking at the aerials and the zoning map that go back to 95, that driveway appears. But in terms of the site plan of record, it doesn't show it.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So are we stamping a site plan or no? No?
There's no condition to
Okay, okay. Okay. Is there anybody who wants to speak about this application? Does the board have any other questions? Okay, we'll go through the factors here. The site has a odd layout. There's two fronts. And so as Mr. Brown stated, there's no legal place to put the dumpster to be code compliant. And so we find that the variance is a true hardship and necessary to allow reasonable return on the property. They are using an existing structure, and so that would be hard to force them to redo the whole property just to locate a dumpster differently. Therefore, I think the essential character of the neighborhood would not be substantially altered, and delivery of governmental services not adversely affected. I think the owner's predicament could only be obviated through this variance, which they are requesting tonight, and thus I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by the granting of the variances because of this hardship. Are we ready to call the
I
question?
think you need to specify the driveway out front because you were referring with that language in terms of the dumpster.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
There are two variances.
Right, the driveway up front, does, is relevant to the existing drive aisle? Is that the part you're talking about? Which was the
Yeah, I
drive
think
aisle
it's a
between?
result of the restrictions on access by the city. This maintaining that driveway allows us to circulate around the building.
Which is the first variance that allowed the existing drive aisle between the
Right.
principal building and the North High Street. Okay. So the existing driveway that is showing up on the site but not on the Columbus plans is necessary for the property owner to allow maneuvering for its customers between the building and the parking between North High Street.
I'm good if you're good.
Are we ready to call the question with no conditions?
Call the question.
Ms. Engelhoff,
I agree with the chair's analysis and vote yes.
Mr. Maleka,
I concur with the chair as well. Vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes. Variance
you
is
very much.
granted.
Thank you.
Okay. 122 West Henderson Road.
Uh, 122 West Henderson Road, located on the north side of Henderson Road, approximately 270 feet west of Rosemary Parkway. It is part of the Clintonville Area Commission and zoned to R3. The 0.11 acre site is developed with a single unit dwelling. Surrounding uses are primarily single unit dwellings. The applicant proposes to install a vehicle turnaround in front of the dwelling. A variance is being requested to allow a maneuvering area between the street right-of-way line and the parking setback line. Division of Planning had no comment. Division of Traffic Management had no comment. And the Clintonville Area Commission recommends approval with a vote of 8-0. Staff could recommend approval with the following condition: that no vehicle be parked in the turnaround area. And if you guys remember, we did a variance for the neighbor that you can see the vehicle parked in the turnaround area for that one. And yeah. Sure.
Oh, okay. Can you state your name, whether or not you're sworn in?
John Rutherford, yes, I was.
Okay. Do you have anything to add to this application?
No.
Okay. And this is the property on the right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That one's the one we did the variance
Did the
for
var- okay.
previously.
Okay. And so is it the issue is that the street is busy? Is that the?
It's Henderson. It's extraordinarily busy. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I would say 3 to 4 times a week we get flipped off or honked at, backing in or out. So
Okay. And so when we say this is a maneuvering area, we're saying that there's supposed to be no parking there.
correct.
Okay. 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 Is there anybody here that wants to speak about this application? Or do we have any questions? Okay. So I think that the property owner is indicating that their usage of their property is being altered with not being able to maneuver the busy street and the way their driveway is straight out. I think that the variance is not substantial because we're not increasing any parking. We're just allowing for maneuvering safely for them to get out onto the street. I don't think the essential character of the neighborhood is substantially altered. I don't think the delivery of government services is affected. I don't think that the property owner, if they did have knowledge of this zoning requirement, did not have a full appreciation of the limitations that this would create for them. I think their predicament really can only be obviated through a variance, as there's nowhere else, there's nothing else they can do. And so I feel the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement will be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance. Are we ready to call the question with no conditions?
I'll call the question.
Mr. Maleka,
I concur with Chair's analysis and vote yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I likewise concur with the chair and vote yes.
Chair Pond Bailey.
Yes, variance granted. Okay, 6149. Is that Winchester?
Correct. 6149 Winchester Pike is located on the south side of Winchester Pike, approximately 250 feet west of Gender Road. It's part of the Greater Southeast Area Commission and existing zoning is CPD Commercial Plans Development District. The approximately 15-acre site is currently undeveloped. Surrounding uses include multi-unit dwellings to the north, an auto dealership to the south, a fueling station to the east, and a warehouse to the west. The applicant proposes to construct an extended stay hotel. The applicant is requesting a variance to reduce the required number of parking spaces from 195 to 130. Planning has no comment on the proposed variances, and the Division of Traffic Management has indicated that a right-of-way dedication of 80 feet from the center line of Gender Road and 60 feet from the center line of Winchester Pike will be required per Columbus City Code 4309.17. The Greater Southeast Area Commission has recommended approval of the requested variances, voting 6-0 in favor. And City Department's recommendation is likewise that of approval. Staff recommends approval of the requested variances as the parking reduction is mitigated by the fact that the use will be an extended stay hotel rather than longer-term leased apartments with more intense parking needs. Chair.
Okay, can you state your name and whether or not you've been sworn?
Dave, excuse me, David Hodge, attorney for the applicant, and I have been sworn.
So less parking needed when somebody is living there than when somebody is staying there overnight.
I can explain it a little
Okay.
bit. It's actually pretty interesting. I think in the city of Columbus, and I suppose everywhere in Ohio, there are different types of hotels, right? There are hotels like all of us consider a hotel, and then there are extended stay hotels, and then there are residential hotels. For purposes of the city of Columbus zoning, residential hotels and extended stay hotels got lumped in together. So a residential hotel is an apartment complex. It is just an apartment complex. The city amended the code to address that sort of loophole, and they required extended stay residential hotels to be parked at 1.5 spaces per unit, the same standard as an apartment complex. This is kind of a tweener between a typical hotel and a residential hotel / apartment complex. This operates like a hotel, not like an apartment complex. Hotel parking requirement is 1 space per room,
Okay.
which is what is being provided here.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of a quirk of the zoning code. The zoning code ended up having sort of a broader impact than was really intended. And so because this is a hotel, it's a Staybridge Suites branded hotel, shorter term stays. It's going to be a little longer than a typical hotel, but their average stay is 2 nights instead of, the 1.5 that's a typical hotel. This is in a commercial corridor here at Winchester Pike and Gender Road. We are adjacent to a racetrack gas station that's underway. Commercial goes quite a ways up Winchester Pike to the north of here. And this is really the 33 Gender Road corridor, which is kind of a freeway exit. Supported by staff, supported by the area commission, and hopefully the board can also support it.
Okay. Any questions from board?
I have a couple clarifying. 130 rooms, so to speak.
That's correct.
What about, is there staff? Is there room for staff parking?
There will be staff, there will be maintenance staff, there will be front desk staff, just like a typical hotel.
What's the occupancy rate typically? I mean, you're not usually 100%, I would presume, so.
Correct. It certainly fluctuates depending upon various things in town. Of course, they're thrilled if they're fully occupied, but that's the exception rather than the rule.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Anybody here to speak about this application? Okay, go through the factors here. The property in question is attempting to operate as a hotel, but is under the apartment parking requirements, and thus it would not be able to yield a reasonable rate of return if it was required to have more parking. Thus, their only predicament, their only resolution is to come to ask for a variance. I don't think that variance is substantial. I think 130 spaces is a lot of spaces for a 130 bed hotel. I think the central care to the neighborhood would not be substantially altered, as the applicant indicated. This is a commercial corridor with large parking lots and hotels. I don't think the delivery of government services is adversely affected. The property zoning restrictions known and coming here to get those resolved. And I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance because of the misclassification, if I could say that, as of the code applied to this particular property. Are you ready to call the question? No conditions.
I will call the question.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I agree with the chair's analysis and vote yes.
Mr. Maleka,
I concur as well, vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, variance is granted.
Thank you all.
850 Oak Street. (850 Oak Street). Okay, we'll move that to the back of the line. We'll take a 5-minute break. 4 more. We will breeze through when we come back. What happened to the water? What happened to the water? Remember you guys had the nice pictures and stuff for us one time? Huh? Exactly. My mouth is dry. You guys had, one time we came, we had cups and I did appreciate it. What are you talking about?
I'm done for the night, stuff.
I know, I just don't want to. You're welcome. Actually, the first one. Yeah, because it was.
We just started, like, yeah.
That's out.
Hold on. Yeah.
I meant to ask before the meeting, to be clear, do this really long. I'm thinking we toss. I didn't know. Yeah. Close. It's gonna be like an hour and a half or so, so it's not gonna use. Yeah. Yeah. I'm already negative from here for 6 months. Oh, yeah. Because like, it's time and final week of 25, so that was part of this, the first pay period, so they took it out of. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Actually, my name.
Keep on reducing. I'll see how it will. I just like, I know. I know. It's like, it doesn't get, I know it's trying to. There, I saw what I did, I slept all day. Those things. Oh. Options that we actually, I was studying. And then Friday. The only thing that the morning is, we got. Yeah, stuff together. I asked that. It's not shit bad, I don't. It's like, this is the, like, this is all. It's the easy thing, so it's good or nice.
Oh, see.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, but yeah, it's cool that it's using this to offset this sound. Have three more use it as on our area or just getting through. Oh. You know, I mean, I know, at least the two of us. It's just too bad it's February. We got this many. We can just. I told her, I was like, everyone I had a total of 16 was planning to follow up. 6 of them locked me.
Yeah.
The jury then.
Wow. That's.
That's the. That's how. Yeah, that's how. Yeah, they are. Every single one interpretation. I mean, I tried. Yeah. It's like, yeah. Yeah, because. Yeah, Jamie was told by. They're also. So, and it's not us. Right. I'm like, they all weekend. They know. They special. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like a CD.
Okay, we're ready. Calling 1111 Polaris Parkway.
All right. 1111 Polaris Parkway. It's located at the southeast corner of Gemini Parkway and Polaris Parkway. It is part of the Far North Columbus Communities Coalition, and the existing zoning is LM Limited Manufacturing District. The approximately 150-acre site is currently developed with a corporate campus. Surrounding uses include commercial shopping centers to the north and east, and multi-unit dwellings to the west and south. The applicant is requesting a variance to reduce the size of a parking space from 9 feet by 18 feet to 7 feet 11 inches by 17 feet 5 inches for lots N, M, Q, and garages M and L. And the lots and garages are shown here in this particular site plan. Planning has no comment on the proposed variances. The Division of Traffic Management has indicated that a right-of-way dedication of 60 feet from the center line of South Old State Road will be required for Columbus City Code 4309.17. And the Far North Columbus Communities Coalition has recommended approval of the requested variances, voting 8-0 in favor. City Department's recommendation is likewise that of approval. Staff recommends approval as the parking spot size reductions are slight and are necessitated by site infrastructure demands and equipment being installed associated with the parking areas, rather than a desire to fit more parking on site by reducing the size of said spaces. Chair.
Okay, can you state your name and whether or not you're sworn in?
My name is Sarah Honeycutt with GPD Group. I'm here on behalf of Amoresco, and I was sworn in.
Okay. So existing sizes of these parking spots?
Are 9 by 18. We're proposing, so garage.
So you're gonna restripe?
Yes, it's gonna be 300 stalls in total on the parcel, 305 to compact size parking.
Okay.
The garages M and L will not be getting canopies as part of this application.
Okay.
We're removing those, so it'll just be lots N, Q, M, and X.
Oh, wait, so different than what we have. We have N, M, Q, M, and L.
L was a garage. Yeah. L and so I have a lot M and a lot and a garage M.
Yes.
So garage M is not getting canopies. So those will not be part of the parking stall reduction or the parking space size reduction. And garage L will not be part of the parking stall reduction.
Okay, so just lots N, M, and Q.
And X.
And X. Okay, does that matter to the staff? This is different than what's published?
Yep, it would appear so. We were not made aware.
So I don't know if you changed from when you put this application in at first?
It happened during the process in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. So what happens is the city puts out a notice to interested parties, and it kind of has to be the same that what you're requesting here tonight. You have to give notice that this is what you're requesting.
Mhm.
It's different, so.
I was going to just say, because the variance itself is not changing.
Yeah.
But which spaces are it's being applied to would be changing.
But
know
is
how-
that really, I mean, it's on the same campus, so it's not that it's a different property.
Is the number of spaces increasing above 305?
No.
Yeah, they don't have the number of spaces that's changing in the application. It doesn't say this many spaces. It just
It's
says,
just that we're
It was the
replacing,
title sheet of the plan packet we submitted.
basically adding a lot and taking away the garages
right.
from the application. Can I ask what the area commission voted on?
They had no issue with it because of JP Morgan already having several other solar canopies on the parcel.
I guess my question is, what exactly did the area
Specifically.
commission make their recommendation on? Was it the lots that are being asked for tonight, or was it the lots that are in the notice?
So the variance as it is stated in the heading would be the way it would have appeared for the area commission. And that is stated as to reduce the size of a parking space from 9 feet by 18 feet, yada, 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 for lots N, M, and Q, and garages M and L. Unfortunately, we did indicate specific lots and garages.
The canopy part wasn't part of the variance.
No, it's
Okay.
because the solar
The canopy's necessity.
columns were encroaching into the parking stalls. So where the columns fall, those stalls are going
Have to be smaller. Gotcha.
and they're are going to be marked as compact.
Mm.
It's a close call. I'd be comfortable if the board wanted to proceed. That-
Yeah, I feel like since is the same property and we're not talking about changing a lot that's not a property address that hasn't been given notice on, I think we're fine with.
And the number of spaces isn't increasing.
Increasing,
beyond
right.
The number that the area commission and the.
Actually, it's
applications-
reduced.
Yeah, there was no variance to increase or decrease the number of spaces, just the variance to decrease the size allowed for a parking
Right,
space.
but he's saying the
But
number of
he's saying the
spaces that
number
the
of
variances
space-
are applied to.
I see
Yeah,
what you're saying.
yeah, just in terms of deciding whether or not it's greater
Yeah.
than what the area commission and the notices said.
Yeah.
And if there's any concern on the parking quantity, code requires 6,550 and there's 9,073 stalls on site.
I don't think that's the issue either,
No.
but thank you.
I'm comfortable if the board is.
Okay.
Could we, if the board is so inclined to vote in favor of this, condition it upon a new site plan that correctly shows the extent to which the variances would be applied? Doesn't need to be stamped necessarily, but we could accept that.
Yeah, I think that's advisable.
Is the applicant, are you amenable to providing the city with the updated site plan showing the actual, are you ready to give that to them?
Yeah, I can do
With,
that.
with the 4 lots that you're making the
So
change
since
to?
she has it here, maybe you do want to stamp it.
Could stamp it.
I can stamp, are you comfortable with us stamping that and putting in the record, ma'am? Are you comfortable with this, stamping this as the final plan?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I guess you've done the due diligence that you have enough space in a 7-11 by 17.5 for cars to fit there. Else you wouldn't be doing this because you have a lot of employees that need to get into your buildings. Okay. Is there anybody here that wants to speak about this application? Board members, do we have any other questions? Okay, so I think that the applicant is trying to increase the rate of return on their parking lots and create, add some solar panels, which is necessitating smaller car parking spaces, sorry, not lots. I don't think the central character of the neighborhood would be substantially altered. The Chase campus already has a ton of parking spaces, and this is not going to change the delivery of the governmental services. The knowledge of the zoning restriction was not addressed. Their predicament can only be obviated with getting this approved by this board. I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance, as this is not a substantial change to what is existing already on the site. Are we ready to call the question with the condition that the correct parking lots are indicated on the new plan?
I will call the question with the conditions.
Mr. Maleka,
I concur with the chair's analysis and vote yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I likewise concur with the chair and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, variance granted.
Thank you.
2906 to 2914 East Main Street.
Um, 2906 to 2914 East Main Street is located on the north side of East Main Street, approximately 300 feet west of Infield Road. There's no area commission and it is zoned in the UG1 Urban General District. The site is developed with an existing commercial strip center. Surrounding uses consist primarily of commercial and mixed-use development along East Main Street. The applicant was cited with several violations and it proposes to install a rear dumpster enclosure. Variances are being requested to reduce the minimum required parking space depth from 18 feet to 17 feet, to reduce the required maneuvering area from 20 feet to 11.5 feet, to permit parking between the principal building and the adjacent street, to reduce the required street landscaping from 50% to 0%, to reduce the required number of parking lot shade trees from 3 to 0, and to eliminate the required headlight screening along the west and south property line. Planning staff note that the proposal is located within the Title 34 district. Accordingly, to maintain alignment with the policy direction established by City Council to promote walkable and mixed-use development, staff applies a higher level of scrutiny to variance and rezoning requests in these areas, in addition to adopted land use plan design guidelines. Planning is generally supportive of the requested variances. C2P2 design guidelines state that parking lots should be screened from public view from public right of way and adjacent development. Although staff recognizes that these requested variances are to bring existing conditions into compliance, staff recommends screening and landscaping where feasible, but does not condition support on that. As such, planning is supportive. The Division of Traffic Management states that a right-of-way dedication of 50 feet from center line of East Main Street will be required, and that they're requesting a condition that the 5 parking spaces in the right-of-way be removed. Staff can recommend approval as the requested variances are largely technical in nature and are to bring the site into compliance. And we're asking the condition that the 5 parking spaces in the right-of-way, which, keep going. Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Okay. I can show you where those are, that are in the right-of-way, be removed. And those are. Okay, so the ones to go back, the ones to the right there where the arrows are, those are going to be removed.
Does that change their parking requirement?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Okay, can you state your names and whether or not you were sworn in?
Bradley Blumenscheid, I'm the architect. I have not been sworn in.
Okay, what about you, ma'am?
Caitlin Ratchfall with the property management group. I have.
Okay, raise your hand. Do you promise that the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, nothing but the truth? Please state I do.
I do.
Go ahead with your, so let me ask this question. Is all of this necessitated because of a installation of the dumpster enclosure? It's creating this ripple of variances?
The dumpster created kind of the ripple of the variances. We've owned the property itself since 2008 and have just had it in its current condition. But yes, the dumpster enclosure kind of created a trickle effect.
Okay, okay. So are we okay with losing the 5 spaces in the right of way?
Yes.
Okay, and we're also okay with the right of way 50 feet from the center line of East Main Street?
Yes, that actually lines up with the property line anyway.
Okay, okay. So we're good with that. Okay, so are there there's no shade trees in this parking lot as is, right? But the requirement is there, so we got to get the variance. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of these are because of requirements.
And we're really close on the spaces, but we're 1 foot away. Okay. And where is the maneuvering area?
That's behind the parking spaces along the east side of the building. So the building juts out toward the right of way, and that maneuvering area is crunched right there.
And this building juts out.
Oh, got you. So it's not, okay. Okay. Oh, I know exactly where this is. Okay. Okay. Anybody here to speak about this application? Any board members have any questions? Okay. The property in question is in need to put a dumpster enclosure, and that is creating these other variances. In number seems substantial, but in actuality, according to the usage of the space, these are not substantial variances to the parking lot, to the size of the spaces. The essential character of the neighborhood is not going to be substantially altered with these changes. The delivery of governmental services will not be adversely effective. The property owners testified that they've owned this land since 2008, I think, and it's been operating as is, but the dumpster enclosure is creating the necessity for these variances. The property could not, the owner could not resolve these issues but by asking for these variances. And I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance. Are you ready to call the question with the condition that the 5 parking spaces in the right-of-way be removed?
I will call the question with the condition.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I agree with the chair's analysis and vote yes.
Mr. Malika,
I agree as well and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, variance is granted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mhm. 49 West Star Avenue.
49 West Star Avenue, located on the south side of West Star Avenue, approximately 400 feet west of North High Street. Is zone ARLD and part of the Victorian Village Commission. The site is developed with a single unit dwelling. Surrounding uses are a mix of single and multi-unit dwellings. Applicant proposes to construct a new accessory dwelling unit above a detached garage at the rear of the property. Variances are being requested to reduce the minimum required side yard from 5 feet to 3 feet for the new accessory dwelling unit, to allow a 1.5-foot side yard for the existing single unit dwelling, and to reduce required combined side yards from 8.4 feet to 6 feet. Division of Planning, Traffic, and both have no comment. And a certificate of appropriateness has been issued by the Victorian Village Commission. Staff can recommend approval as requested. The request is minor and consistent with the development pattern of the neighborhood. Additionally, a certificate of appropriateness has been issued by the Victorian Village Commission. Chair.
Can you state your names, whether or not you were sworn in?
My name is Juliet Bullock, and I've been sworn in.
My name is Mark Johnson. I have not.
Do you promise that the testimony you give tonight be the truth, nothing but the truth? Please state I do.
I do.
Okay. So accessory dwelling units. Do we have a specific guidelines to follow with these?
We do. We originally submitted this prior to the legislation, and it was a council variance. And there was a little bit of mix-up with Victorian Village getting them the recommendation. So they switched us over to BZA, but this had all been submitted and everything before the code passed, and we really didn't have a copy of it. But I think the other issue here is that, he's like half a block off a High Street. He's got 2 apartment buildings on either side, and at the corner of High and Star, there's a really large commercial structure. So we really wanted to get 3 parking spaces on site. This is in Victorian Village, so of course they want single garage doors. So the only way to really accomplish that and, get them to approve the design is to do the 3-foot side yard setbacks for the ADU. And it's a fairly typical request that we asked quite a bit, before the new ADU code was passed. There are also other carriage houses on this alley with similar 3-foot side yards. And so I think that's why Victorian Village really had no issue with it. They just did demand that we have single car garage doors. So there is often not parking on Star at all, just because of all the apartments and High Street around there. So those 3 spaces were pretty critical for my client.
And if I could add one item, the highlighted parcel is incorrect on the screen. It looks like there's a structure next to where the proposed structure would be. It's actually on the south side of the street, where it says 49 and 51. So there's no structure on either side currently.
Yeah. It's
Just parking lots.
Yeah, we're south of Star, not.
And so why are we saying that you're not subject to the new ADU?
So, real quick, sorry, we passed new legislation on the 24th of December that allows ADUs by right. Before they had to go through a council variance process, and now they're allowed to do it. They just now have to adhere to the.
So the
zone
use is allowed.
standards.
The use is allowed, but they still have to comply with side yard.
The
et cetera.
setback.
Gotcha. Okay.
We're asking for a 3-foot side yard instead of the 5-foot that's now.
Okay.
I had hoped the ADU legislation would
Have
have
addressed
the
that.
3-foot, but it does not. So I
Okay.
think you're going to see more
A lot of
these.
that. Yeah.
That's my
Okay.
guess, but that's why. The other variance is just for the existing house to legitimize it, but really it's just getting those 3 parking spaces.
But if the regulators, I mean, they must have kept the 5 feet for a reason. Why are
I
we?
can tell
why are
you that-
suggesting that it should be allowed to be only 3 feet?
I mean, there's a lot of 30-foot wide lots in City of Columbus with a 5-foot setback that's only letting you have a 20-foot wide garage, which would not allow you to do double doors, which is required by the historic commissions.
So is it really the historic commissions?
I think some of it's.
Do they need to relax their standards in line with what Columbus is requiring, or you're saying Columbus needs to adopt to the historic commission? Because it seems to me that they sit within the city, and the city seems to be saying it wants 5 feet.
It's 5 feet. I would say by requiring that, they're legislating out quite a few ADUs, which I don't think was the original intent, but I don't know, who wrote it and why they decided on that. I will say that, I know you've seen me before. I do a lot of these ADUs, and most of them, to really get them to work, you need the 3-foot setback. And again, I think parking situation on his lot here is pretty unique anyways, just because of all the traffic around him and getting the cars, and the fact that all the way down the alley, there are carriage houses with 3-foot setbacks. So I think when Victorian Village originally looked at it, they had no issue with the 3-foot setbacks. They thought it was fine. We're also, it's a single family home in an apartment district, and it's a little bit wider, lot that allows us to do the 3-car garage. But I think there's a lot of unique circumstances relative to this lot that might not appear in other areas.
Tell me what those are again, so I can see if I am agreeing with your conclusion on the Duncan standards here, because I'm struggling. So help me get there.
In regards to what?
In regards to, this is not a situation where you're saying the code has not kept up with the change, because this is existing. I mean, this is new.
It was submitted prior to the code being adopted,
Okay.
and it should have been reviewed by City Council, but Victorian Village did not submit the recommendation form. I'll just say that it wasn't and we didn't realize that, so we never got put on the council agenda. And then it passed.
Okay.
So we were kind of caught in the middle there. I tried for months to get a copy of the ADU code. It was just not available to any of us. So we didn't know what it was. But the other thing I would say is, he really needs the 3 parking spaces, and Victorian Village kind of recognizes they have a parking issue, so anytime you can provide additional parking, they're pretty supportive of it. I would say the other thing is there's 2 parking lots on either side. It's not, developed with, it's apartment houses with large paved parking lots. So I think that's a little bit of a unique situation as well.
And I would argue that because it's Victorian Village and they're dictating the single door,
Yeah, it makes a huge difference.
It makes a big difference. And that's the thing I think that sometimes the city can miss, because when you get into like actually drawing things that that is required in the village, you can't make it work.
Yeah.
So if it was in any other neighborhood, you would get the 5 foot.
Yeah.
This is why there's 3 of these right behind me, identical ones. With the 4 homes behind me, 3 of them are the
And they've all gotten, the 3 foot. It's just, they will not budge on that, double wide doors.
I get it.
They just won't.
But what if we said we won't budge on the 5 feet?
Well, I would hope.
You're butting heads and you won't get any in.
Yeah.
I lose. Then I lose.
Yeah. I just think it's been granted many times before in this alley for different situations. And I also think in urban neighborhoods like this, we have to, consider what the setbacks are and the average setbacks. And 3 feet is fairly typical. I mean, the house is only 2.5 feet from the one side property line. So I think, these dense urban communities setbacks need to be considered a little differently than, the other neighborhoods. I'm hoping when the new zoning code comes in that there's some acknowledgement of that,
Okay. Okay, so because we're in Victorian Village and there is a high density and a necessity for parking, garage.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna trade off the side yard to get the
Yeah,
garage
Yeah.
parking.
The other thing I should mention is that cars parked on the street keep getting broken into. So that's.
So you want the
he-
garage parking,
Weekends and and game weekends, it's impossible to park on the street.
right?
So we've even had people park in our, we have a small parking area, and that's right now my partner and I park outside, and we have people try to park in our spaces that we've had to wait to get a hold of someone to move. So
Mhm. Okay,
Yeah, it's a challenge.
okay. Board, have any other questions? Anybody here to speak about this application? Okay. Okay, property in question. I don't think that I don't think we have to allow for ADU, so I think that the property in question could yield a reasonable return without this variance. I don't think the variance is substantial, though, going from a 5-foot side yard to a 3-foot. As the applicant has testified to, that is not uncommon in the ADU space. I don't think that the character of the neighborhood would be substantially altered, as they've also testified that this is very common. I don't think that this would adversely affect the delivery of governmental services. I think that the trade-off with Victorian Village needing garage parking is a reasonable concession to give up some of the side yard to accomplish that. And I think that the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting those variances. Are we ready to call the question with no conditions?
I'll call the question.
Mr. Malacca,
Concur with the chair and vote yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I likewise concur with the chair and vote yes.
Chair Palmer Bailey.
Yes, variance is granted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
565 Old Farm Road.
565 Old Farm Road is located on the west side of Old Farm Road, approximately 500 feet south of Wood Ridge Drive. It is part of the Far East Area Commission and zoned RRR residential. The 0.11 acre site is developed with a single unit dwelling. Surrounding uses are primarily single residential dwellings. The applicant proposes to construct a curved driveway and a front yard carport. Variances are being requested to reduce the required front building line from 50 feet to 45 feet. Division of Planning had no comment. Division of Traffic Management had no comment. And the Far East Area Commission recommends approval with a vote of 7-0. Staff can also recommend approval as the request is minor and will not result in substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good. Chair.
Okay, can you state your name and whether or not you were sworn in?
I'm Eva Knudsen. I work with EM Engineering, and yes, I was sworn in.
Don't see.
Shit.
Hold on, I'm just looking for. You are authorized to represent the owner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so we are going from 50 to 45 for a curved driveway.
Correct.
It's mainly for the carport. That is encroaching into the.
Say it louder, please.
The carport is what's encroaching into the building setback.
Oh, the carport. Where's
Yeah.
the carport go?
It's, yeah.
Oh, right there. Okay. Okay.
The curved drive actually makes the 40 or the 50, but with the post that we want,
Oh, okay.
I want it to blend in with the house and be substantial and not two little tiny posts. So
Okay.
I want it to look architecturally correct.
Okay.
I just mentioned it in the proposal because it's part of it, part of what they're doing, but it's not really a part of the variance.
Okay. Okay. So no opposition.
No,
Okay.
everybody was very for it. So.
Okay. Okay. Anybody here to speak about this application? Please come forward, ma'am. Can you state your name and whether or not you were sworn in?
Andrea Krupman, no.
Okay, raise your right hand. You promise that the testimony you give tonight be the truth, nothing but the truth. Please state I do.
I do.
Okay.
So, there are cars parked out in front of the current garage all the time, all day long. So I live right across the street. All I see is cars. I'm curious, one, why they don't park in the garage, why the garage isn't being used. And I'm worried that adding a carport is going to bring even more cars.
How many cars are we talking about?
I'm sorry?
How many cars are you talking about?
Right now, there's about 5 out there all the time.
Oh, okay.
And in the past, there have been quite a few more. The property's rented, and it's not been good for the neighborhood. I don't know how adding a carport to put in a circular driveway to put more cars in is really going to be beneficial.
Circular driveways is allowed parking? Is parking allowed in circular driveways?
If it's set back far enough, yeah, but more than 4 spaces on a residential lot is considered a parking lot, and parking lots aren't allowed in a residential district. So,
So they would not be able to park. They
right,
park 4 cars in this drive,
on the site, not necessarily in that drive.
but 4 cars.
4
on
cars
site.
total.
Okay. Anything else?
It's just not going to look great to the original neighborhood. The neighborhood's been there a while, and it's not in the flow of the neighborhood.
The circular drive?
There are a couple carports.
You mean the circular drive or
The
the?
circular drive, there are many circular drives. That's not a problem.
Okay, you're talking about the
This
carport.
that's with so many cars. I just don't, number one, why don't they use the garage? But there are so many cars parked out all the time. And I really worry about how many more cars and how much noise it's going to bring.
Okay.
Because it has been very noisy in the past.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am?
I'm left-handed, by the way, and I'm using my right hand.
Oh,
I can do it. It's just not going to be great.
you don't. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay. No problem. No problem.
You got something? Oh, okay. Ma'am, can you speak to the parking situation?
Yeah, she's asking why they don't use the garage. They use it for storage, like many of us do. She does have a large family in the neighborhood. She does have a twin sister in the neighborhood. So yes, they do come over for dinner.
So do you realize that you're not supposed to be having more than 4 cars parked?
I don't know. I can't test. Well, I've been there is during the day and there are only a couple of cars there. So I can't testify to what's the neighborhood rumor is.
It does seem like a carport does lend itself to parking.
It also gives her easier access to the house.
Well, no, I
because
mean, a carport is covered, so it gives you
direct
ability
access.
to
What she's
park.
looking for is direct access to the house. She has health issues. She would like to just be able to drive up, be able to get into the home. Right now, she has to park all the way over and then walk all the way around the front or in the backyard.
Can I comment that that wouldn't have happened if they hadn't moved the front door?
They're not moving the front door. It's going to remain where it is, but the carport's going to be an extension of that. So they stopped to get this variance.
So wait, what now?
I don't see the front door there anymore.
It's blocked because they're going to change that to be an extension of the carport, and that's why we're going for the variance. The front door will remain where it is originally.
So let me ask the question. Are we trying to create more parking since we're not using the
No,
garage for parking?
she's just looking for access into, she wants a more grand entrance with a curved driveway so she can.
Right, but if she gets out of the car, then the car stays where that car is, right?
I would imagine, I don't know.
I think maybe is the owner available to come to these and testify as to what's happening?
She is in ill health, not able to come.
Gotcha.
It seems like the parking should be, I mean, there's a code for the parking, so that's sort of outside of this, at
Yeah.
least in my head. All we're saying is, would we approve a curved driveway that's set up this way? And if there's more than 4 cars parking there, then that's a zoning issue.
Right, but I wanted to kind of communicate that to the owner.
We can do that. I mean, that's not a problem.
Yeah, I would suggest to the board, in agreement with Mr. Maleko, what you had before you is just a nominal variance, but it probably would be worthwhile to communicate that to the applicant to avoid zoning code violations, or she might be back here.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. So so if we approve this, we're approving a carport for, but we're not approving additional parking spaces
Correct.
in the driveway or under the carport. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, so the property in question could yield a reasonable return without these variances, but I think that the substantial nature of the variance is really driven by the fact that they're trying to keep the size and scale in proportion to the house. And so therefore that creates this encroachment into the front yard line, the building line. I think the essential character of the neighborhood would not be substantially altered. Testimony has been given that there are circular drives. Adding a carport on top of that is not out of the ordinary when you look at circular drives. I don't see the delivery of governmental services being adversely affected. I don't know about the owner's knowledge of the zoning restriction. The property owner's only recourse for this is to get a variance. But I think the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement is observed and substantial justice done by granting this variance. Are we ready to call the question with no conditions?
I will call the question.
Ms. Egelhoff,
I agree with the chair's analysis and vote yes.
Mr. Malacca,
Agree with the chair as well and vote yes.
Chair Pound Bailey.
Yes. Variance granted.
Thank you.
Let's go back to 850 Oak Street. The applicant is not here. Do we have a motion to table?
That we do. Motion to table?
Second?
Please call the roll.
Mr. Malacca,
Yes.
Ms. Egelhoff,
Yes.
Chair Pound Bailey.
Yes. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.
Hmm.